notifications or anything from any department before we get started?
No, Mr. Chairman, not this time.
Okay. So if not, you know, we were going to take up right away the emergency regulation request, but we have a reconsideration, I believe. So at this time, it'd be appropriate to discuss that. Yeah, Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm requesting the board reconsider Proposal 190, which deals with the sheep working group proposal for 19C sheep in the McGrath area. And the reason I'm requesting this, I'll just kind of go through a real brief overview.
Perhaps you should second it, and then I'll ask for that.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Member Loring.
Okay, so first of all, this reconsideration does not change any language in 190. Zero, no parentheses, commas, any words, anything like that. We still adopted that, and my reconsideration doesn't change that. What it does is directed towards is the number of permits that the department could issue. And first of all, I want to say that I really appreciate the working group's efforts and McGrath AC's efforts and what they brought forward to us. And I liked everything that was in that, and we passed that proposal as written. But what my concern is that right now, as we pass it, we did put an allocation in there. We used the sheep working group's numbers, 80-20, and then it was amended to allow one of those non-resident permits to be a TDK with a minimum of 1. That's second degree of kindred. And the RS hunt will stay in place. And right now, there's a hard 20 permits that we pass in that regulation. So that tells the department they have to issue 20 sheep permits with 80-20 split. And one of those would be a TDK on the non-resident side. And what my request is for the board to look at would be to increase or to change that hard number to an up to number. And an up to number gives the department the flexibility to issue the number of permits that they are comfortable with using their best survey results, the best science, all the input they have, and put that number at 40, or we can discuss even more than that, but put that number at 40, up to 40 permits, and let the department decide after they do their surveys what they think the harvestable surplus is of legal rams on the hillside. And if the number's way down, then they have the option of going below 20. They could go down to 0 or 1 or 2 or 5 if the population isn't what they expect, or for some reason there's a decline, or if they feel that there's a harvestable surplus on the hill, they can make that 25 or 30, or whatever number they come up with based on their best science. And so that's what this request is to talk about that and maybe go back and change that up to language to what the department is comfortable with. And I'll have, I talked quite a bit with the department last night and this morning again, keeping the same allocation, same 80-20 allocation with 1 2DK. And even if we go up to 40 permits, that 5% still is only 1 2DK, so that doesn't change. I don't think it'll change until you get over 50. And then it'll be at 1 point something, so it'll still at 1. And again, this gives the department the flexibility to manage that population and issue the number of permits based on what the population is doing, whether it's lower than 20 or higher than 20. I just really want to give the department that ability to make those management decisions as they see fit.
Member Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This board's a lot looser with its procedural rules than the board I previously served on, and I like that, by the way. But I'd like to ask Law, are there any criteria we must meet before we vote on a notice of reconsideration? I know there is at the Board of Fisheries. I don't know here.
Through the chair, Member Wood, no, there aren't any additional procedures.
So we could reconsider for any reason or no reason, just whether you have the votes or don't have the votes. Is that what I'm hearing?
You can reconsider for any reason, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Okay. I would think we'd vote first on whether to reconsider and then go into the merits of what he wants to do. And I just want to correct one thing. When you do reconsider, the entire 190's up for action, and it's not restricted to what you're trying to just, address.
Member Loring.
Thank you. I think the only requirement, Member Wood, is that a member of the prevailing party, so if you voted no, then you couldn't do it, but if you voted yes, then you can. So, and again, I only want to look at just this very narrow part of this proposal. I don't want to bring anything else up. Thank you.
May I clarify that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure thing.
No, that wasn't where I was going at all. With the other board, you have to have some new development that took place since the initial vote, et cetera, and it had nothing to do with prevailing party side.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, right now where the language is up to 20, it's not a hard 20. Can we get a clarification on that?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, our understanding, it's a hard 20. We were told 16 resident, 3 non-resident, 1 2DK.
Okay. With that being said, the board also had a robust conversation of up to 30, and we talked about it at length, and we didn't move forward with that. So to me, we're just going to talk about exactly what we already talked about on the record at length already. So we'd just like to put that on the record.
I think something else to note too is that, the area biologist is not here now. The McGrath AC chairman is not here now. We talked a little bit, yesterday about if anybody had concern, on the record about any reconsiderations, and it wasn't brought up. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have Lincoln Perrette, the regional supervisor, and I believe we may have the area biologist, Josh Pierce, on now too. We had our schedule. Okay, apparently we don't, but we do have Lincoln available out of Fairbanks.
Further discussion.
Sorry, just a reminder, we need to vote on the motion to reconsider.
All right, any Member Brett?
We voted on the reconsideration, or we voted on an amendment, so we have an amendment on the table. No?
No, we're going to vote whether we're going to reconsider 190. We'll have a roll call vote whether to reconsider 190. Any further discussion? If not, we might be ready for the question to recall or to revisit 190.
And I will call a question on the notice of reconsideration, whether to reconsider.
Thank you. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the motion to reconsider proposal 190, Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Batesville,
Yes.
Mr. Wood,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Motion carries by vote of 4 yeas to 3 nays.
All right, so we'll need a motion. Oh, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify, I have been duly chastised. Member Hoffman was correct. It was up to 20 permits. I apologize for that. I missed the amendment.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the future, when somebody wants to reconsider, we're going to do a reconsideration vote first, unlike what we have done in the past where somebody would ask for a reconsideration and then put an amendment on the table or discuss it.
Right now, I think that we're going to just need to put 190 on the table again. Member Wood.
190's on the table. If somebody wants to amend it, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. I would like to amend 190 to change the up to language for the number of permits that would be issued by the department for the RY 26, 27, and 27, 28 hunts, those 2 years that drawing permits will be in place per the proposal that the SEEP working group put in to up to 40 permits instead of the up to 20 permits at this point.
Discussion on that, everybody pretty clear on that amendment?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Everybody really clear on the language in that amendment? If so, we can, with further discussion on the amendment, I think it's pretty clear. I think we can probably call the question on the amendment. Member Brett?
No, I would just like to add to that, and something that I didn't catch myself is, the department had gave us a number of, 10 to 15 Rams could easily be managed in that subunit, and that up to 20 permits, even if they used all 20, would potentially get you only 3 to 5 sheep harvested each year of that change in regulation. And so I think there's, by adding more permits and adding some more opportunity to harvest sheep, that we still would be providing a sustainable opportunity for harvesters.
Vice Chair Hoffman, discussion on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Just to respond to Member Brett's comments, my recollection, and I checked the notes last night, we asked the biologist, the last 2 years of harvest was 5 and 10, and we asked him if he was comfortable with that, and he said yes. I don't know where the word 15 came from. It was 5 to 10. Yeah, thank you.
Member Wood?
Yeah, I just like to know from either yourself or Member Hoffman, who put a lot of time and effort into the group, whether this is going to impact what the group did as far as their overall agreement, et cetera. I don't see it, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, thank you. The main point that I didn't support this reconsideration is we've done all this already. We already talked about up to 30 and all this, and we're just redoing it again on the same information. And the board took action, and feel like we should just move forward and instead of talking in circles again.
I'm all with that.
Will you turn on your mic, Member Wood? Sorry.
Okay. Does this in any way impact what you're trying to accomplish on your comprehensive approach? I don't see where it does, whether it's 20 or 40.
Anybody? Oh, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did attend the working group via Zoom for both days, or both meetings. And we're pretty clear that when they put the proposal forward, they had a set of requests. They're delineated, they talked about them, and we're meeting that right to the letter. And this allocation might have been talked about a little bit, but I don't think it was thoroughly discussed on just what the impact would be if we actually had 30 sheep taken based on. And I'd like to have Director Scott, when the appropriate time comes, talk about those numbers. Their numbers are a little bit different than my numbers when I added up the percentages and who hunts and who doesn't hunt on drawing hunts. And their comfort level with this. I think that's an important part of the conversation that wasn't really addressed during the deliberations on the earlier in the meeting. Thank you.
And to speak directly to Mr. Wood's comment, no, the working group, my recollection, and I sat there and I watched it all. They did not get into the nuts and the bolts of this. This was an overall concept. They didn't get bogged down with the exact numbers, anything like that, just to make it very clear. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, I'm pretty sure the working group took the language from McGrath's AC's recommendation, and the McGrath AC is McGrath, Nikolai, Talita, Takatna. And that's what they used to put into this recommendation for the sheep committee. That's my recollection.
And just to kind of redirect discussion here, we're still talking about the amendment. We're not, yeah. Natalie, do you have something?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with Division of Wildlife Conservation. I just kind of wanted to circle back around and remind the board that we are talking about number of permits for 2 years only, as written in the original proposal. The intent was for these permits to be in place for RY 26 and RY 27, and then we'll be right back here having another conversation. So I'm not the sheep management biologist for the area, but I can fairly confidently say we don't expect to be needing to or wanting to take tons more sheep than was already discussed at this meeting previously. So just to kind of roll that back into, we're talking about a pretty short duration as far as number of permits needs to go. We don't really anticipate that we will need to adjust permit numbers considerably in 2 years.
Further discussion on the amendment. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would add to that, under full curl management, this is being incredibly super conservative. I think there's gonna be there's allowable harvest still on the mountainside. And, with residents being somewhat in the 20% range of being successful, that they would be limiting their opportunity for harvest. And I also think that you would lose some opportunity for subsistence.
Further
Oh, no, I'm
discu-
sorry, it was a drawing permit.
Further discussion on the amendment, and just so Christie has it clear, do you want to restate that amendment, or Member Gardner, you have something? Man, my head's like on a swivel up here. Need a mirror, something like that. Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a comment from Lincoln Perret and Jason Psychowski online. They are listening to the discussion, if that would be okay, sir.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Lincoln.
Hi, members of the board. The conversation came up regarding, how the department could potentially adjust based on survey results. With a drawing permit, we generally are not very reactive like that. We are looking at success rates, things like horn length and things like that. So we would really need to understand what your intent is, The idea that we would adjust in the short term based on these trend counts, which do not estimate harvestable surplus. We are not estimating harvestable surplus. It's pretty unlikely that we would adjust. So we would really want to try to understand how many people you want in the field, or maybe to some lesser extent, how many sheep that you would like to see harvested. That would help us drive these decisions using things like participation rate and success rate. But the previous idea that we would adjust based on the survey results is fairly unlikely.
Thank you for that. Further discussion on the amendment from board members? Member Garner.
I appreciate the additional information, and I know I voted to hear the amendment, but based off of the conversation that we'd have right now, I'd be opposed to amending the proposal.
Thanks for that. Any other questions, comments on the amendment? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against the amendment as well. I'm more comfortable with the original amendment we made in the first place, up to 20.
I think that the success rates won't exactly hold true. I know I'm getting older, but I guided sheep hunters for a number of years. I guided sheep hunters in areas that were a draw. And if you draw a hunt, you hunt. I think that the success rates would change, and I'm not going to support the amendment as well. Yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. Just in response to that, I think the guided part is correct. You were a guide, and I think that guided hunters do hunt. I think they have a real high success rate. I think it's not true with the resident hunters. You're going to get people from Juneau, or you're going to get people from other places that draw that hunt because it's available, and then they're not going to go. And we have a long-term list that the department's done on the success rate for sheep hunters, especially in this area, is 20% for residents. And so I don't think that's going to change. And but guiding, I agree, it's higher. It's 70% or 80% success rate, because they're going to hire a guide. They're going to spend thousands of dollars to go out there, and their guy's going to get them a sheep. He'll be out there for 10 days. So I think you're right about being a guide and they're going to hunt. But residents, I don't think that holds true. But anyway, I will be supporting the amendment. I put it in, and I just want to give the department that flexibility to manage it if they have to change. They already have it on the lower end now, since I thought it was a hard 20. That's how I understood it. But if there are harvestable surplus on the mountain, I don't want those rams out there just dying and not being able to be harvested if that opportunity exists. And it's an 80-20 split, so that's more opportunity for residents and you know, our Constitution says we have to, you know, provide for resident use. I just want to give that opportunity if it's available. I'm not saying it is, and the department will have that discretion based on what they see the population doing, whatever good science they have, you know. I understand Mr. Perret's comments but it's gonna be based on what they see on the side of the hill this spring and what they put in the regulation book for the next 2 years after that. So I just think it's a benefit to the department to have that discretion. I'd like to give them the opportunity for them to issue more if it's needed, and also give opportunity to the resident hunters and some non-resident hunters without affecting subsistence, because that RS hunt's still in there, to take some sheep that are available that might end up, you know, dying on the hillside. Because older rams, you know, they're in the end of their life, so. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Christie, you mind restating the amendment, just so everybody's really clear on it? We're about ready for the question, I think.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The amendment was to change the up to language to up to 40 permits. Member Loring did specify regulatory years 26, 27, and 28, but we learned from Ms. Weber subsequently that the original proposal as amended applied to regulatory year 26 and 27. Is that something you wanted to adjust?
So my understanding is for this next coming season is closed to everybody. The following season, whichever those numbers are, it's open drawing permit. And the season after that, it's open drawing permit. And then that goes away based on whether or not there's a concession program in place under the original proposal. So those 2 years that the drawing permits in place is what this amendment applies to.
Did we get that right, Natalie?
Second concurs.
Member Brett.
Yeah, just one last thing here. So I'm in support of this proposal. It's biologically and sustainably sound. In fact, we're denying a whole year of opportunity for residents for this upcoming season, which could impact some subsistence reasonable opportunity. And so there's another whole year of sheep that weren't removed off the mountain that we're not using but possibly losing.
So the vote would be on the amendment.
All right, so I think we're ready for the question on the amendment. Member Gardner.
Sorry, I just wanted to add my 2 cents. You know, I wanted to hear what the amendment was, but based off of the discussion, obviously, we've heard of biological concern about harvested sheep in the area. I do agree with Mr. Hoffman that the number was 5 to 10, which is a range that the department has identified, and providing an up to 20. I find it difficult to speculate on who will and will not go hunting, but with up to 20, there is the potential to exceed the 5 to 10. So I would not be in favor of the amendment.
Dr. Rita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a quick clarification for the record. Member Loring had said it's closed to everyone. It's closed to, the winter hunt will remain open, however.
Thanks for that clarification. Member Loring.
And I know it's going to add some time to this. I'd really like to get Director Scott's comments on what they think they're comfortable with as far as numbers go. I know we heard some information from Mr. Perret, but he didn't talk about numbers. He talked about survey stuff. But I'd like to hear from the department, because I think they're comfortable with a higher number of sheep. And I think I heard that from the area biologist when I questioned him directly on that question. And the 5 to 10 number is below that number they're comfortable with. They were talking about 15 to 20 maybe. And I'd like to hear that from the department, if they can delineate those numbers, please.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have a conversation yesterday afternoon, you know, in discussion of potentially seeing an increase in the up to number. You know, up to language is a good thing for us, and especially when we have the discretion to issue permits based on our comfort level. We did hear from Mr. Perret about, you know, we don't estimate harvestable surplus. These are trend counts. Obviously, in 19C, we're working very hard to get sheep surveys done in those areas, but sometimes we get, kept out just due to weather. Having a higher up to number, can we deal with that? Can we adjust and handle that? Certainly, we can. That's right. I also said in my comments when we talked about 19C in the very beginning, that we also understand that the working group and my feeling, regardless of where each member falls on this amendment, everybody wants to treat this pretty carefully, right? I think I used the term "use kid gloves," and we recognize that. We are looking for. This is an allocative decision in a very highly focused on area. So we're going to be looking to the board to help us with that. Up to numbers, a few extra rams, it's going to be full curl. We can do that. That's not, I don't know if that's the primary issue here, to be honest with you. I think the primary issue is more of a social issue there, and I think that's the purview of the board. It is the purview of the board, not us. We can tell you that, yeah, we could manage sheep full curl all day long, and we'd be very comfortable with that. We recognize there's a lot of concerns there in 19C. So we're going to be looking for the direction. I do have Jason Sikoski, and he'd like to make a few comments about some of the additional numbers that were discussed. He's online now.
Jason, go ahead when you get a chance.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, Roger.
All right. Chairman Fletcher, members of the board, again, for the record, my name's Jason Sikoski, Management Coordinator in Region 3. Yeah, I think we'd really like for you guys to tell us how many hunters you want in the field or how many rams you would like harvested. If you give us that information, then we can tailor the number of permits to the best of our ability to get that. I'll maybe throw out a few numbers for you guys. The long-term resident success rate for 19C is not 20%, it's more like 30%. I took some time yesterday to look at some coveted drawing permits across the state to maybe get us at some best guesses of what participation might look like if 19C went to drawing permit. I looked at the TMA, the Toke Management Area. Residents that draw that permit, 85% hunt on average. I also looked at the Chugiak hunts, including the area like where the governor's tag is, and it was very similar. It varies, but it averaged about 85%, again, for residents. And then the other thing we see is once you go to drawing permit, resident success rates, so not those that hunt, that was at roughly 85% of those that draw hunt. Once of those that hunt, success rate increases, and again for the TMA and Chugiak long term, it's about 50% success rate. Where I'm going here is we have data from other places that can help inform us on how many permits to issue, but we still need to know from you what harvest are you looking for, or how many people in the field are you looking for, and then we can tailor the permits for your desire there.
Thanks for that, Jason. I guess I'm just gonna circle back around and maybe put a little bit different tact on it, because I might have not made it, clear before. We got an area here where we got dozens of out-of-work guides. Residents, hunters can hire a guide. I guided a lot of resident hunters in draw areas. I don't think we have any idea the matrix on harvest of animals whenever we throw that in there. And that's, why I'm not gonna support the amendment. Member Wood.
I can't imagine there's anything more to be said. I would want to call the question, but I don't want to cut anybody off either, but we've got a lot to do yet. And I don't see anyone screaming and shouting, so I'm going to call the question.
Question's been called. Christie, will you pull the board on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher,
No.
Mr. Garner,
No.
Mr. Batesville,
Yes.
Mr. Wood,
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, now we have to vote on the proposal as amended.
It isn't amended, just as it is.
All right, so I want to speak before we vote on a proposal as amended. My direction to the department would be to manage that harvest, and I know you are completely conservative on this, is 5 to 10 rams.
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand Member Barrett just instructed the department to manage on a harvest of 5 to 10 rams, and that is exactly the kind of thing we will need in the form of findings.
You can find it on the record, what I just said.
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is clear. We are still going to put it in writing for you to approve. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Further discussion on Member Wood?
Call the question on proposal 190.
Question's been called on proposal 190.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 190 as it was adopted in its original format with the amendments from previous amendments, not anything here. So again, final action on proposal 190 as amended previously. Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
And Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 5 to 2.
Thanks for bearing with me through all that. At this point in time, we're going to switch gears a little bit. And we have RCO 9 before us. It's a petition for emergency regulations. It's a two-step process. And the first step is to determine if there is an emergency. Before I entertain a motion, there's a few things I want to put on the record. We have a statute, AS 44.62.150, the need to make written findings, including statement of the facts that constitute an emergency. That the adoption of a regulation or an order of repeal is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, or general welfare. And the other is a regulation, 5 AAC 96.625, and in quotations, an emergency is an unforeseen and unexpected event that either threatens a fish or game resource or of an unforeseen expected resource situation where a biological allowable resource harvest would be precluded by delaying the regulation action. And such a delay would be significantly burdensome because the resource would be unavailable in the future. So at this point in time, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt a finding of an emergency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I appreciate the chair's time and members of the board, folks in the audience this morning, people listening online. This is there's a lot of tension associated with this topic. So I really admire folks, their passion and commitment to being involved. I have a statement I'd like to read into the record, Mr. Chairman. And once we're done with that, I'm new to this. I don't know exactly what all happens after that. But I will be available if there are questions. I will let you know depending on how the board votes on this petition. We have several staff members here ready to respond to any questions and to provide additional information.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the board's petition policy, 5 AAC 92625, paragraph F, an emergency is an unforeseen, unexpected event that threatens a game resource. We ask that you, the board, find the elimination of existing regulations providing for intensive management to aid in the recovery of the Mulchatna caribou herd to close the 2025 IM calving season is such an event. The Mulchatna Caribou Intensive Management Program is intended to improve the survival of caribou calves to recruitment, which will ultimately lead to recovery through increasing abundance. That is why conducting intensive management operations during calving seasons is critical. The Mulchatna caribou herd has a positive intensive management finding, having been identified as providing high levels of harvest for human consumption under 5 AAC 92.106. Prior to the cessation of hunting, both state and federal hunts in 2021 due to low abundance in 2020, the Mulchatna caribou herd provided as many as 4,700 caribou per year for the subsistence needs of more than 48 local communities, in addition to hunting opportunities for all Alaskans and even non-residents. At present, the herd provides no consumptive use to the residents of Alaska. Mulchatna caribou herd demographics have improved, both overall abundance and calf ratios, since predator removal was initiated in 2023. We need to ensure a large number of calves survive and recruit into the herd so that there will be a large cohort of female caribou to aid in the herd's recovery and to provide a strong reproductive foundation into the future. The inability to continue intensive management predator removal this spring will allow a significant number of predators into the calving area, resulting in extensive predation on newborn calves. In both 2023 and 2024, department staff observed extensive hunting behavior by bears in the calving area and documented extensive calf consumption by bears in the carcasses. Any doubt that bears are preying heavily on Mulchatna caribou herd calves doesn't exist anymore. This has been demonstrated through direct observation as well as handling carcasses in the field. This could result in the Mulchatna caribou herd returning to stagnant growth or even herd decline. If predator control is stopped too soon and the herd declines again, then the removal of wolves and bears, all the work that went with it, will have been for naught. Given the density of bears encountered on the calving grounds and the number of bears removed, it is likely, should control efforts resume in the future, a similar number of bears will be removed. Removal will be done sustainably but it will be additive to the number of bears already removed in the 2023-2024 periods. This will result in an overall increase in the number of bears removed in the IM program. The department intended to continue intensive management predator removal for 3 years. This period is considered a minimum to determine herd response to the program and to not continue operations for an extended period of time if the response was not documented. 3 years of data provides some confidence that the IM predator removal is impacting the herd. The herd has responded positively from both 2023 and 2024 operations. The department strongly believes missing a single year, let alone a cumulative year, of intensive management during the calving season will threaten the recovery of the Mulchatna caribou herd. We have no evidence to suggest that the continuation of the program this year will impact the area's brown bear or wolf populations beyond what is sustainable, or their uses, and if you decide that an emergency exists, we will be prepared to present to you data to substantiate this conclusion, as well as the current status of the caribou herd. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Scott. Discussion from board members on this. Member Wood.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to preface my remarks that a vote on the question whether an emergency exists or doesn't exist being taken today is by no means an indicator how a member may vote once the actual regulations before us for consideration, which will be sometime down the road. And that's important to keep in mind as we go through this process. Second of all, the department submitted RC 190, which gave a lot more data to what they had submitted a bit earlier, along with the references. It's 9 pages long. And I would like to incorporate that into any discussion that I put on the record, at least as to justification as to why the petition does or does not meet the requirements. And I'd also like the director to put his comments on as an RC so that it is part of that record. I saw you reading from written, so if you would do that, that'd be appreciated, and I'd like to incorporate those as well. The statutes cited, and I'm going to count on the Department of Law to do the written portion of this if we get that far. But as far as argument, the AS 4440, 62-250 deals with the regulation itself, and it dictates what we'd have to meet on the regulation. That is not the petition in front of us. It's a regulation that'll be considered sometime in the future. But it does make reference to the immediate preservation of public peace, health, safety, or general welfare. And I'm going to try and hit on every statutory and regulatory issue before us. And to me, general welfare is a general catch-all, and it does qualify under general welfare. We've got a very large subsistence element in this particular area, as evidenced by the ANS being equal to the low end of the harvest quantity that's available. So I have no issue whatsoever that it would qualify for the immediate preservation based upon what's happened in the past and what we're seeing in the arguments here today in the RCs that are submitted and once the director makes his RC to be submitted. So statutorily, once we get the regulation, I think we're safe. The 625, the 5 AAC 96-625 gives 3 different scenarios, and these deal with the petition. Make sure you make the distinction. And on the petition, there are 3 different options for which an emergency or emergency situation may be addressed. And both the first 2 deal with an unforeseen or unexpected event. And to me, the lawsuit coming down when it did was unexpected. And I know there's an argument, and by the way, I urge members to read, now I've misplaced it. There were 2 RCs in our packet tonight, or today. One is RC 193, and I believe the other one is 198, yes. Both of which are addressing the issues before this body today on the petition and findings of emergency, and are well-written. I don't agree with some of their conclusions, but they're well-written. So we'll be getting some advice not only from our own Department of Law, but these folks who are also involved both in public testimony and now in RCs. The petition, if it is an unexpected event, would deal with an issue or would be an event, and I'm trying to read verbatim, that either threatens a fish or game resource. There's no question in my mind that what we're talking about is the caribou survivability or sustainability in an area that is very, very important, particularly to subsistence hunters, in my opinion. The second one deals with not an event, but is geared towards the resource itself. And it also is unforeseen, unexpected resource situation where a biological allowable resource harvest would be precluded by delayed regulatory action. And I believe, reading everything I've read on it, that indeed would be the case under this set of circumstances. The last one, and I don't know how you would get around it, deals with 5 AAC 96-625, subsection F2, and it deals with petitions dealing with subsistence hunting or subsistence fishing will be evaluated under these criteria. And then criteria number 2, the circumstances of the petition otherwise must require expedited consideration by the board, such as where the proposal is a result of a court decision. I don't know how it can be any more clear than that. We've got a court decision that precipitated all this discussion. We're clearly dealing with a subsistence issue along with others, but dealing with this subsistence issue. And this regulation not only allows, it dictates expedited consideration. So with that in mind, I think finding that emergency exists is appropriate. And then if indeed that is passed by this board, setting a hearing, I will give a caveat. When, if we get to that point where we're setting a hearing, it should be done in such a manner that there is sufficient time for all public to participate, including ACs, et cetera. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Member Wood. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you, Member Wood. You didn't leave me much to comment on, so I concur with everything you say, and I'll support this as an emergency.
Other board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, hearing some key components in there, defining the emergency event, I appreciate that, Mr. Woods, as a threat to a resource, and if delayed, will impact a resource. I think through the actions of previous board approvals, that has also been defined. So I would be in support of the declaration of an emergency.
Other board members? Member Loring.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've read every last RC that came out, word for word, and I appreciate what's going on out there, and the emotions and not necessarily the emotions, but just everybody's thoughts and bring them to our attention on all the different issues. And I've also, looked at the department's comments and all the data that's been provided up to this point. And then again, in reading both in AS 44 and 5 AEC 96-625, it to me looks like if this request fits right in with language in 625, especially 625 A2 that Mr. Wood read verbatim on record here just a couple seconds ago. So I'll be supporting the finding of the emergency at this point.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with that, with the last several members about this finding an emergency. And just to add to a little bit, we've had a lot of comments for and against this finding. And, some of the stuff I was reading in the beginning is that some of the one group was saying was, well, the department said we're going to take 30 or 40 bears and we took 100. Well, that to me alone right there shows me the problem was a lot greater than we initially thought. Right now we have a herd that is shut down where a large number of people in Western Alaska can't put caribou in their freezer right now. And it's not going to grow if they don't have craft survival. We're in tough times out here. A lot of things are changing. The salmon is in big decline. Our moose population, everyone knows it's going to tip over real soon like new moose populations tend to do. When they crash hard. These people hopefully will have this with the state's program and the help of the state and the predator control program. We'll have this caribou back up and getting some harvest out of it because it's going to be greatly needed. And there's a lot of people from my side of the state. AFN supported it unanimously. That's a large group. And it's hard to get those passed through there. They saw the need. There was several comments that really resonated with me. This is part of what we do. This is, unfortunately, we don't like to take bears. I'm glad it's just a small, isolated area. And bears that are targeting calves, they're going to rebound. They'll be back as ever. And we've had public testimony from a nearby village, not even 100 miles away. They got bear problems in the village. This has been going, my time on the board, we've been getting more and more and more bear complaints. And I can support this temporary bear reduction on the Mulchatna caribou herd to help these people get meat in their freezer.
Other board members' discussion. Member Bechtel.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time going through the RCs and reading them as much as I could, and I really appreciate the diversity of comments that came in this. And as other members have brought up, I believe that under the statutes that were read into here, that this meets the requirement for being an emergency. And I would support that.
Thanks for that. I really do appreciate all the public comment. and the record copies we have in front of us here. And I really appreciate the respectful manner in which the public here has engaged in this process, and that's very, very important. After that being said, reading through all this comment, hearing all this testimony, and listening to the department, I do not disagree with anything any board member has said here today, and I plan on supporting this as an emergency. With that being said, I think we probably could call the question.
Call the question.
Yep, I don't think no cost statement is needed. So the question's been called. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is on a finding of an emergency in response, just to clarify the record, in response to the petition from the Department for Intensive Management of Chattanooga Caribou Herd, which can be found in RC 009. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
And Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Finding of emergency carries 7-0.
Member Wood.
Questions based more out of unfamiliarity than anything else. How do we go about setting a hearing now?
Department of Law?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the hearing referenced is really a board meeting. The board is currently convened. My understanding from Mr. Scott is that they're prepared to proceed with that today.
With what today?
The presentation on the emergency regulation.
I would oppose that. I believe the proper way to proceed is to have a full-blown hearing on the regulation, unless I'm misunderstanding law. And that would include presentations by the department and an opportunity for the public to fully participate. I don't think we can go directly into that today. At least I won't support going directly into it today. Am I misunderstanding law?
Through the chair, Member Wood, because this is because this is the consideration of an emergency regulation under the Administrative Procedures Act, you don't need to have an additional public notice and comment period, which is why it can be done promptly in order to address the emergency that the board just found.
I would strongly disagree with that, and I'll be a strong no vote. There'll be no persuading me otherwise.
Cheryl?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Wood, this is, I absolutely agree with what Kimberly just said. Emergency regulations are not subject to the notice and comment procedures under the APA. They're good for 120 days. There's no notice and comment provided at all. Under this scenario, what we've done at this meeting is immediately at the beginning of the meeting, the petition was announced. There's been, I think we've got almost 200 comments on this, for and against, oral testimony, written comments. There has been quite a bit of opportunity for the public to weigh in, although that is absolutely not required for an emergency regulation under the APA. But it doesn't become a permanent regulation. It's only good for 120 days because it doesn't have that full APA process that a permanent regulation would otherwise have.
Member Wood?
Mr. Chairman, this is the first item that's come up on this agenda while I've been on the board that's gotten my strong reaction to it. I'm looking at the regulation, and I'm just reading verbatim. It is a policy of the board that a petition will be denied and not scheduled for a hearing unless a problem outlined, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It seems clear that the regulation was anticipating a hearing. And I know in my past experience with another board, we would schedule hearings on the matters. But
Mr. Chairman, can I have him, Mr. Wood, could you tell us what regulation or what you're reading under 625 or?
625, yes, 625 in little f.
I just wanted to follow along, thank you.
Yeah, in little f. And I just might add, even if the Administrative Act doesn't require it, it doesn't prohibit it either. so that if this board could decide to go forward with a hearing, should it choose to do so, correct?
Through the chair, Member Wood, yes, but I also want to point out that the joint board petition policy in 5 AAC 96-625 contemplates a petition being submitted to the board outside of a regular meeting. The timing of this allowed the department to bring this forth where the board was already convened. So when the policy addresses scheduling a hearing, it would be to convene the board to have an open meeting. This board was already convened.
Okay, well, I'm in a minority, and I'm not going to beat the horse to death, but I'll be a no vote.
Other board members? I guess just a little bit on the timing of a hearing, if one would be set. What's the critical prime time need out there when calves are dropping right and left? How many days away are we from that?
Through the chair, to the chair. Currently, the plans are to be in the field late May into early June, which has been consistent with the last 2 years.
Other board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand Department of Law's thought process. I was with Mr. Woods till you said that too, because it's not something we've normally done within the board, have a petition come while we're at a regular scheduled meeting. So there's some discussion of maybe convening a special Board of Game meeting. If that was an option, do we fall under the 30-day public notice requirement then? If we adjourn and take up the petition later?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, no, because you're still considering an emergency regulation. That 30-day notice requirement is for the adoption of permanent regulation.
Thank you.
Member Wood, any Director Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to refine my statement. Thankfully, we do have a lot of staff members here today for this very reason. Calves will start in early May. The intent is actually to be out in mid-May into early June for removal.
Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe Chrissy can help me with this. If we decide, we have two options, either to move forward today or else maybe delay it a little bit. And just so I get a good take on either or, I know if we move forward today what would happen, but what would it take to convene a special meeting sometime between now and the time period that the department would need to get geared up to go into the field, or get ungeared if they're already geared up? And what would it take from your office to set something like that up? And would it be Zoom or would it be in person? Or just give me some thoughts on the process, if you could.
Yeah.
Through the chair, good, excellent question. You know, I guess I would coordinate with the department, of course, and Zoom is an opportunity to have the meeting. It's always nice to have these types of meetings in person, however, and then that, of course, is a huge budget impact when we have a lot of travel involved with those types of in-person meetings. So it's just a matter of coordinating, trying to find a meeting venue, getting folks' travel booked, bringing in department staff to provide the presentation, the information. Does that help, Mr. Loring?
Yes, it does. So something can be done either way, my understanding. And then, obviously, I understand it's a large, getting folks together like this, what it costs. I can't imagine how many thousands of dollars being like this costs, but Zoom would alleviate that process. And it seems like Zoom meetings are more and more common these days, and they're almost in person, but we can still get a lot accomplished. And then that would maybe something we can set up a little bit sooner than later, possibly, and if we go that route and give the department plenty of time to adjust one way or the other, if we're still looking at about a month and a half or so before. Anyway, I just wanted, maybe I get a comment from Director Scott, what he thinks about that.
Yeah,
Just in
Director,
general
Director
procedure.
Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first off, I want to say we brought all the staff here today. We've been working on getting prepared for this, and that, this is totally up to the board. I recognize that. We came prepared today. And if you decide to hold off, I encourage you to do it within the next couple of weeks. It's not about beginning to gear up. We are full tilt. We have contracts in place. We got fuel moving. You know, the lawsuit came down. We understand that. This is a process thing. I mean, 30 days from now, we'll probably be putting people in the field. So there is and if we miss that calving window, you know, just based on the statement I read to the board, if we miss that calving window, there's no point in going, right? That's our focus. So if you're gonna move this, and again, I recognize and I appreciate that is the purview of the board. I also appreciate the opportunity to make sure people have an opportunity to get heard, totally. But we're here today, we're ready to go. If you're gonna move it, I ask you strongly, do not put it to the end of April. Do it before then.
Member Loring.
And that's exactly what we wanted to hear. I appreciate your comments when I directed them to you and on the options we have and how important it is to get it done sooner than later. And just something for the board to consider if we want to continue today, which is an option we have. And like I said, everybody's here and the staff's here, and we did have a week of public comment coming in, lots of RCs, or move it down the way, and then how far we can do it. So I just wanted to explore those different options. And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Scott.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to conversation, listening to the Department of Law, listening to Mr. Wood and the department, I'm confident to have a meeting today. We have many public comments. We had many public testimony, you know, talking about the emergency, but also talking about the biology of what's going on out there. So we've heard it, versus scheduling another meeting and basically the public, you know, and the department reiterating everything that we've heard and received and read at this meeting currently. So I think I'm pretty comfortable with, and it's an emergency order. It only lasts 108 or 120 days. And so it's not something that's permanent. It can be addressed again later on down the road. So I think with all the department people that are here, what we've heard and read, I think we should move forward at this meeting.
Member Wood, I heard a lot about, we've been talking about a meeting and we've been talking about a hearing. Is there a difference? I'm sorry, I'm naive. Is there a difference between the two, but they're one and the same?
The hearing occurs at the meeting.
Okay. Other board members, Member Garner.
Yeah, just in clarification that, I heard from law that the petition entering into a regular meeting essentially meets the requirements of having the meeting and having an engaged public input. So we voted on the emergency, right? And by your definition have met that requirement of public input, yes?
Through the chair, Member Garner, just to, I guess, say that yes, to the extent that the board's petition policy requires a public meeting to occur to address the emergency petition. And then just to reiterate, the public notice and comment required by the Administrative Procedures Act does not apply to emergency regulations.
I'm just going to say this, and, it's maybe perhaps a little bit off topic, but I prefer an in-person meeting instead of Zoom. Coming in and out of these meetings and sitting out in the audience and having board members, vote to, essentially, put me out of business, and then afterwards coming out and talking to me about it, that's what this is about. So if we're talking about a Zoom meeting, I'm not interested in a Zoom meeting. I say we do it here, we do it now, or we do it in person later. I know it's a burden on the department, but that's my 2 cents. Any other board members, discussion on this? And we're voting, or we're discussing right now whether we hear what the department has proposed right now, or if we're going to delay it a time specific, in which we'll reconvene. Director Scott has definitely expressed that if we choose to do that, it needs to be post haste. The critical time to get out there to have this treatment on the calving grounds is right around the corner. So, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Zoom meetings do really degrade the process. I agree 100% with that. And there's so much more that comes out of an in-person meeting, or even going to work in person versus on the phone. And with that said, I think putting together an in-person meeting down the road is be pretty tough to do it in the time frame that we need. I mean, we can do it, but to get everybody back together again and the staff back together again, it's pretty tough. So I think hearing everything, I would be in favor of continuing on with this meeting since it meets all the legal requirements to do that.
Member Wood.
I've been sitting over here thinking the best route to follow procedurally to get to a head with this, and I think it is, and I'll do it, I'll put a motion on the floor that we conduct the hearing immediately so that we can get the issue on the floor. I'll vote against my own motion, but nonetheless, I'd like to get this thing moved forward one way or the other. And if that motion fails, then we'll set the time, et cetera, and the conditions of the meeting to be held later.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Will you, so we clarify exactly what you're saying there, Member Wood?
If the motion passes, we'd go right into a hearing on the regulation itself.
Thanks for that. Is this unprecedented? Has anything like this, an action like this happened before in the board? Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2017, we were at an Interior Region Board of Game meeting in session, and we received some additional harvest and population information, as we regularly do for the Nelchina caribou herd in particular. The board was in session, and the department got a bunch of new information, realized that, in our opinion, we were headed toward an emergency. During that meeting, while it was in session, the department petitioned the board to find an emergency in that situation, and the board acted at that meeting to find the emergency and adopt emergency regulations. So yes, the board has done something similar. This hearing aspect of it is I'm not an attorney, so that's a little bit different, but yes, the board has accepted an emergency petition during a board meeting and acted on it in relatively recent history.
Thanks for that. So we have a motion before us, whether we proceed at this meeting right now. Any further discussion on that motion? Member Gardner.
I'd just like to hear from Law one more time on the requirement to hold the hearing.
Through the chair, Member Gardner, the motion, should it pass, would be consistent with that public hearing or meeting requirement, if that answers your question. Yeah, the motion as it's being discussed, if it passes, it would satisfy that public meeting or public hearing requirement. And anything else? And I think Ms. Brooking might have an additional comment.
Yeah, again, I'm probably reiterating everything Kimberly just said, but that petition policy is written so that anybody at any time can submit an emergency petition to the board, and the board only meets a couple of times a year. So, and for that reason, there's other procedures that the board has in place. But if a petition comes before the board has to meet in order to collectively determine whether there's an emergency, and then if so, whether to move forward with any type of action. So you're already here, and so I kind of reiterate what Natalie said, that when you're already in a meeting, it can all just happen at one time.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question's to Law or Christie. I've been in several special meetings that were held, and I don't remember that they were all Zoom meetings. I'll put that on there. I don't remember that the public was allowed at those special meetings that we had set aside a time for public comments. Would that be different, or is that up to the board to determine if we met in person, if we allowed public comment or not? I mean, public testimony, not public comment.
And my understanding is that when the board is considering emergency regulations, the board has not entertained public testimony in those meetings.
Member Wood.
Yeah, and just closing comments. Law and I don't differ on legal interpretation as to what APA says is not required. But like I pointed out earlier, does not preclude us from holding a hearing if we so choose to do so. It's our decision. But we hear time and time again since I've been on this board, thank you for your service to the AC. Your input is extremely valuable. On this issue, not one AC was able to meet in time to provide comments on what you're about to consider, et cetera. So basically, you've cut them totally out of the process. And unless you have sufficient notice that they can participate, you're lacking one of the key cornerstones of this board, in my opinion. And I'll be, like I said, I'll be a no vote, even though it's my own motion.
You know, I'm not going to, refute that, but during public testimony, we had a lot of those ACs present, and they did comment on the, this RC09. So, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's a great point, Member Wood, and I didn't think of that. But thinking of the ACs around the state, the road system ACs would potentially have the ability to meet and make comments on this special regulation. But there would be many ACs that would be disenfranchised because they probably wouldn't have the ability in a short amount of time to have that opportunity to meet and to have an official decision or comments to the board. And maybe Christie can speak on that. I'm familiar with the road system ACs.
Through the chair, thank you, Member Barrett. Yeah, for especially that western and southwest region, the ACs are made up of multiple communities. It's takes a lot of logistics to bring them together, and it also takes time finding availability for them to meet. So that's that. And they're subject to the Open Meetings Act, so we need to provide 7 days notice for those meetings. So it does take some effort bringing those ACs together to meet. And then if they're unable to, I mean, I guess, yeah, they wouldn't have the ability to weigh in. Did that answer your question, Mr. Brett?
Yeah, thank you very much, Christie.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Just to add to Christie's comments for Al, at that time of year, Christie has a hard time getting it all together when it's already scheduled way in advance. And there's no way that in those western villages, with springtime coming on and all this, that you'd be lucky to get one to meet and weigh in on this, but in that time frame.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm just building the record because I'm 100% with Mr. Wood. or a member would, that, ACs are very important in this process. And they did get to make some comments. Some of the ACs were attuned to it and were able to make some comments to the RC or to the situation with Mulchat and the Caribou. So it's not, I'd still like to have the hearing here. And I'm going to go on record that I'm recognizing that ACs are important, but the timing's the whole issue here. And, like Member Hoffman said, it's breaking up and out west, and travel's a lot more difficult. People are, shifting gears for springtime opportunities. So I'm recognizing that the ACs, don't have a direct, one issue thing to comment on.
Member Wood.
Just one more observation. When I am not on a board of game or board of fisheries, I'm negotiating labor contracts. Right now, there's 8 of them in the air. We do so by Zoom only because of what came out of COVID, and it's going back to in person. It's a horrible system, and it is not suited whatsoever for a process such as goes on here, where you're looking for back and forth with the public. So, if it came down to a Zoom meeting, I wouldn't support that either.
Thank you for that, Member Wood. Any other board members on this? The motion is to roll right into Member Wood. Okay, so any other further discussion? We all clear what the motion means?
Call a question.
Question's been called.
Okay, on that motion, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Batesville,
Yes.
Mr. Wood,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher,
No.
and Mr. Garner.
Yes.
The motion carries by a vote of 5-2.
So at this point in time, do we need a minute or two to switch gears and get some more people up to the table? Should we take a short break?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, we'll take a 10 or 15-minute break, come back here.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. RC 10, the board members have that in front of them. We're going to hear a presentation from the department. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we do have several folks here, and I just want to introduce them and I guess provide a little insight into their role. First, we have John Landseedel. He's the Unit 17 area biologist. We did hear from him earlier in the meeting. On his left is Todd Rinaldi, the management coordinator out of Region 4. And going left again is Chris Brockman, our acting intensive management coordinator for the division. And then all the way back to the right is Dr. Kristen Denreiter. She is a wildlife physiologist with us, works up at the FNAWS lab, but is also conducting research out on the Mulchatna Caribou range. And then online, we have Dr. Chris Krenz, our chief wildlife scientist for the division. He's been heavily involved in all the discussions and development of our intensive management information, operational plans, as well as in preparation for this meeting. Along with them, you have myself, you have Natalie, other assistant directors, deputy directors. My point here, Mr. Chairman, is we brought a lot of people to answer whatever questions you might have. And we want to provide the fullest information that the board needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Whenever the department's ready, we're listening here.
All right. Excuse me. Good morning, members of the board. My name is John Landseedel, Dillingham area wildlife biologist. Today I'll be providing an intensive management update for the Mulchatna Caribou herd and the predation control program over the last 2 years. A copy of this presentation is already uploaded as a record copy and is available online. It's RC 234, and please also reference RC 190. Excuse me. So this will be a historical overview of the Mulchatna Caribou herd and two important predators, brown bears and wolves. Through the Mulchatna Caribou herd intensive management plan, the department operated on the western Mulchatna calving grounds in the spring of 2023 and 2024. The calving grounds are represented by the green, yellow, and red bubble. It's a spatial distribution of GPS radio collared adult female caribou from the West Mulchatna group. Historically, the West Mulchatna has calved in the northeastern portion of Wood-Tikchik State Park, which represents about 700 square miles. And that's that larger hashed polygon on the right side of the major lakes of the map in front of you. The West Mulchatna calved in that area for about 10 years, from 2012 through 2022. In 2023, it was determined by the end of May, after we were working in the field, that the caribou did not migrate as far east through the Tikchik Mountains as they had previously. And so therefore we focused our efforts, most of our efforts in 2023, in that smaller hashed section in Eastern Unit 18. That's about 400 square or 500 square miles. In year 2023, we removed 94 brown bears, 5 wolves, and 5 black bears over about 1,200 square miles total over those two areas. This map shifts just a little bit, or the map doesn't shift, but the bubble in the bottom represents the 2024 effort. So during the second year of the program, we removed 81 brown bears and 3 wolves over a much smaller focused area of 530 square miles, only in Eastern Unit 18. It bled a little bit into 17B and then into 19B. That bright red polygon was our search area in 2024. The removal of these predators is limited to a short duration and within a limited area, and due to these temporal and spatial constraints, it is unlikely to have large-scale effects on predator populations at the unit level. In 2024, department staff also operated in early April, specifically targeting wolves when we had adequate tracking conditions. That was something we ran into in 2023, was not having enough snow to detect wolves adequately. So during this period, we removed 2 packs along the migratory route and just immediately adjacent to the calving grounds. And this search area is about 3,700 miles, and part of that is due to the uncertainty of whether they're going to migrate through the Tikchik Basin or not. So over both years of Department Predation Control Program, we've removed 175 brown bears, 5 black bears, and 19 wolves. The removal of these predators during a limited time frame and within a limited area will have negligible effects on predator populations at the unit level. This focused removal area represents less than 2% of the greater area used by the West Mulchatna. This entire area is a large tract of remote, undeveloped, and intact habitat. Federal lands where intensive management activities are prohibited border the calving grounds to both the west and to the south. This acts as a protected source population for both bears and wolves. Bears and wolves moving in and out of the control area have been documented by department staff from the larger surrounding area post-removal efforts each spring. The primary goal of this program is to increase calf survival to 5 months, which is detected in our fall composition surveys as a ratio, and an increase in overall abundance, which we assess in the summer during our photo survey efforts. The caribou calves have shown a positive response to this treatment, with the 2 highest recorded calf-to-cow ratios in the West Mulchatna since at least 1999. In October of 2023, the West Mulchatna caribou herd had 44 calves per 100 cows, and the 2024 composition survey resulted in 54 calves per 100 cows. The East Mulchatna, which has not received department treatment, recorded 32 calves per 100 cows in both years, 2023 and 2024, and that's right along their long-term average of 31 cows per 100 calves. So even when meeting this minimum management objective of 30 calves per 100 cows, the East Mulchatna also remains at a low level. The intensive management law passed in 1994 requires the department to maintain, sustain, and increase important populations of moose, deer, and caribou for human consumption. The Mulchatna caribou herd has a positive intensive management finding, delegating this herd as an important food source for Alaskans. This finding occurred in 2001. The Mulchatna caribou herd once fed 48 communities, with about 4,800 caribou. Some of our reporting from the late 90s is a little off across the large spatial scale of where the Mulchatna ranged. The most recent intensive management objectives were adopted in 2009 by the board, and then the subsequent Mulchatna intensive management program was adopted into regulation in 2011. The takeaway right now is that the current minimum harvest objective of 2,400 caribou has not been achieved since regulatory year 2003. This harvest objective range represents, the blue box represents 3 to 10% harvest rate of the population objective of 30,000 to 80,000 caribou. The amount reasonably necessary for subsistence has not been achieved since 2004. For reference, the department removal area is represented as the red shaded polygons. And as a reminder, only the western of the two, the smaller polygon, was searched in 2024. So 2 bear density estimates have occurred on and immediately adjacent to the West Mulchatna calving grounds. A capture mark resite survey in the southern Kuskokwim Mountains by Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Fish and Wildlife Service staff, and then a line transect survey on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge by Fish and Wildlife Service staff. The first study occurred in eastern Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge and a brief portion of Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. In this study area, the first study encompassed the current calving grounds that the caribou herd used the last 2 years. The second study that occurred solely on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, immediately to the south of the calving grounds, and that's represented by a darker shade of green on the map. So we've had 2 bear density estimates as a takeaway. The first study in the Kilbuck Mountains was on the calving grounds and just to the west, and biologists at the time described 47 bears per 1,000 square miles. But due to the project not being completed, it was shut down for concerns from some of the western villages on the lower Kuskokwim, that the biologists speculated densities were twice that, which would be about 94 bears per 1,000 square miles. But again, that was an incomplete study. So much of the region surrounding the West Mulchatna calving grounds are conservation lands under both state and federal regulations, which it just proves it's a very important area. Wood-Tick-Chick State Park, and then the 2 national wildlife refuges of Yukon Delta and Togiak. And again, this allows for a large source population of bears and wolves. The most recent bear density estimate in the region was conducted in 2003 and 2004 by federal biologists, and that population was described as 103 bears per 1,000 square miles. And the impetus for implementing that research program for the bears on Togiak National Wildlife Refuge was due to the following, which is cited by the primary investigator, who is a Fish and Wildlife Service biologist, that in recent years, concerns have regularly been voiced during local village meetings, Alaska Department of Fish and Game meetings, Federal Subsistence Regional Advisory Council meetings, that brown bear populations are increasing and that this increase has adversely affected wildlife populations targeted by subsistence hunters. The lack of quantitative information on bear abundance has prevented resource managers from adequately addressing those concerns. Units 17B, 18, and 19B are roughly 63,000 square miles total, and about 28,000 square miles are within the larger range of the West Mulchatna in a given year. That's roughly the red circle. So using the estimate described by the federal biologist of 103 bears per 1,000 square miles, we're looking at a population of bears about 2,800. And that's the midpoint, so it's a range of about 2,200 to just under 3,900 bears using that density estimate. This area is represented by the red circle, and federal public lands consist of nearly 15,000 miles and act as refugia. The removal areas shown in the red shaded polygon in the last 5 years, so the red dark shaded polygons have averaged 16 bears taken by hunters, 75% of which are guided non-residents. The Mulchatna caribou herd has persisted at low abundance for nearly a decade after a substantial crash in the early 2000s. There is unanimous consensus about the initial cause of the decline in the early 2000s. The current population estimate from the summer count of 2024 is roughly 15,000 animals, split pretty evenly between the 2 major groups, the East Mulchatna in orange and West Mulchatna in blue. Combined, this estimate is half of the current minimum intensive management objective of 30,000 animals. Currently, there are over 150 radio collars spread out within the herd, which allows us to detect their movements and spatial extent and aid in our survey efforts. Other fragmented groups of a few hundred caribou do exist across the range, but do not substantially increase the population estimate, so we believe that 15,000 is a conservative estimate. The Mulchatna caribou herd was thought to have been around 5,000 caribou in 1965 and just over 6,000 animals in early 1973. The first aerial survey was conducted in 1974 and estimated 14,000 caribou. And from that time, or the early 1980s through 1996, the herd grew to an estimated 200,000 caribou. And over the next 20 years after the peak, the herd declined to roughly 12,000 animals in 2017. This high of 200,000 animals was unsustainable, and the subsequent crash was likely from density-dependent effects as predicted by the previous biologist. From as early as 1992 to 2001, the state's first Mulchatna caribou herd population objective was to maintain a minimum of 25,000 adults. The first intensive management population objective in 2001 through 2009 ranged from 100,000 to 150,000 caribou, although that was only met twice across the survey history of the Mulchatna. Thus, the population objective was reevaluated and reduced in 2009 to its current objective range of 30,000 to 80,000 by the board. The current objective range has been met 7 times across a survey period of 50 years. The current key takeaway from the abundance estimate or our population estimate is we have not met our intensive management minimum population objective since 2008. The 2015 population estimate estimated just over 30,000 caribou, but managers speculated that poor survey conditions inflated that estimate. So minimum counts were very similar to the years previous, but the math behind the estimate inflated that number to 30,000. Our age-specific parturition rates are above the threshold previously described for population growth or decline thresholds, where research biologists assess parturition rates of 3-year-old caribou and population growth, or the change, or lambda, or the change in population. So 60% partition rates of 3-year-old caribou was a threshold at which a population was likely to grow or above, and partition rates below 40% of these 3-year-old caribou were indicative of a population decline. Caribou in better nutritional condition are likely to give birth at a younger age. 2-year-old partition rates are not shown on this graph, but for Mulchatna in the last couple of years were 100% in spring of 2024 and 67% this spring. Excuse me. Most of the board members here today heard a detailed report from Dr. Kristen Denreiter to my right, who's our Region 4 Research Coordinator, at the last Board of Game meeting. So due to concerns of predation, disease, and nutrition, which have all been thought to be contributing to the decline and lack of recovery for Mulchatna, and thus it was the impetus for our current research program. Takeaways during the first year of the ongoing research effort for Mulchatna is that currently a portion of lactating adult females are entering the fall season with 6 to 8% body fat, which has previously been shown to influence pregnancy rates. But in the spring of 2024, documented 96% pregnancy rates and showed no apparent decrease in pregnancy status. The current Mulchatna caribou herd pregnancy rates this spring were 95%. And cows with marginal to poor body fat does not seem to be impacting lactation of a calf to the fall, successfully becoming pregnant again, and birthing another calf the following spring. Brucellosis, a disease that can affect an animal's reproductive abilities in some circumstances, do occur at a higher rate in the West Mulchatna than other herds in Alaska. Currently, research demonstrates that brucellosis is not impacting pregnancy rates, live birth, or calf survival in the Mulchatna. From the first year of this ongoing research, calves in the West receiving the predation control had a 2.6 times higher chance of survival than calves born in the East. And we'll know more after this June calving period. Most caribou give birth at 3 years old, and this is why the predation control activities were suggested to occur for a minimum of 3 years. The calves that were born in 2023 under the first year of the predation control program will give birth to their first calf in 2026. The 2024 calves will give birth to their first calf in 2027, so on and so forth. But as previously stated, some of our 2-year-olds are becoming pregnant. Over the course of nearly a decade, from 2011 through 2021, ADF&G research biologists conducted calf mortality studies and identified bears and wolves as the leading source of mortality across the range of the Mulchatna on the 2 primary calving grounds. Following that study in 2022, the board adopted the addition of black and brown bears to the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Plan and removal by department staff. The department determined that removal of bears and wolves was more warranted in the West Mulchatna as they experienced a continued decline to a low level of an estimated 5,800 caribou in 2021. 90% of calf mortality was due to predation events. This included bears, wolves, eagles, wolverines, and unknown predation events. Of the predation events on radio-collared caribou calves, 75% of those were due to bears and wolves. The remaining 25% were due to eagles, wolverines, or unknown. The calf-to-cow ratios derived from our composition surveys conducted annually in October have shown poor survival of calves 5 months of age. The intensive management objective of 30 calves per 100 cows was not met in the West Mulchatna between 2013 and 2022. The long-term average for the West is 25 calves per 100 cows, below our intensive management objective of 30 calves per 100 cows. The lack of meeting this management objective was not allowing for population growth by recruiting more calves into the population. The reduction of the primary predators, bears and wolves, in a limited duration but with high intensity has shown positive improvement in the 2 years of department removal, which occurred in 2023 and 24 on the West Mulchatna calving grounds. Again, this documented 44 and 54 calves per 100 cows, respectively. A brief history of the Greater Mulchatna Same-Day Airborne Wolf Control Program that was established in 2011 originally was restricted to an area of 10,000 square miles. The Keemuck control area has had a late opening start day for same-day airborne pilots, and this allows hunters and trappers up the Nushagak River a period free from competition from the SDA pilots. And this area opens February 1st of each year. In 2022, the program was expanded further to the northeast, which includes all of the East Mulchatna calving grounds, which occur in 19B and eastern 17B, and further southwest into 9B, which includes a portion of their wintering range. State lands in Eastern Unit 18, which encompasses the West Mulchatna Migratory Corridor and calving grounds, were also added. This includes a small portion of Southwestern Unit 19B, and this is the area where the department has conducted their predation control program. Currently, the Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area measures 15,584 square miles. Our wolf control program is one of the more challenging in the state due to the very remote nature and lack of consistent snow cover due to our coastal weather events. The red box, reference on the northwestern portion of the control areas where department staff have conducted the early wolf removal period to focus efforts occurring near the calving grounds. While the calving grounds have shifted over the last 12 years, all of the calving has occurred in that red box for the West Mulchatna. Wolf mortality between public harvest and intensive management removal programs has been variable and are largely dependent on winter conditions for both hunters and trappers via snow machine. This also greatly affects tracking conditions for same-day airborne pilots. Prices for fuel and distance to the remote area, aviation maintenance, and insurance costs are all affecting SDA participation. The department considers the sustainability of any species over the long term versus whether harvests and removals are consistent with annual sustained yield rates. Excuse me. It is acceptable for the department to use intensive management to lower the bear population in these GMUs considerably, so long as when removal effort stops, the bear population can recover. Brown bears, the primary predators of neonate calves, had their densities described across the state by previous state biologists and compiled various capture mark resite studies, and this broke brown bear densities down into 3 different categories. Bears within interior and western Alaska were described at about 50 bears per 1,000 square kilometers, which equals roughly 129 bears per 1,000 square miles. And the second density was 129 to 453 bears per 1,000 square miles, and the highest density was 453 bears per 1,000 square miles or more. The red box references roughly where our intensive management activities are occurring. From the same research paper from the Established Predator Bio, they theorize that salmon availability may be a primary reason for higher bear densities. There's many lakes across Wood-Tick-Chick State Park that provide ideal spawning habitat, and the yellow is the western Bristol Bay salmon runs. Bear harvest across this range from 1999, so basically the peak or the start of the crash till present, has averaged 156 bears by public harvest, with a high of 240 in 2011 when the 2 bear bag limit was adopted in Unit 17, and when the 1 bear per every 4-year regulation was put in effect in Unit 9. This represents harvest rates of a range of 2 to 10% of the population, with a long-term average of 5.4%. Sex ratios in the harvest have averaged 39% female and remain stable with no trend. Using the estimate of 2,880 bears, the average is 5.4%, I already said that. Department removal in addition to public harvest in the years 2023 and 24 fall within the range of public harvest over the last 25 years. So public harvest is strongly tied to the number of guides operating in the area, especially in Unit 17, 75+% of our bears are harvested by guided non-residents. Much of this land is federal land, so it's restricted by concessions. And in this area, consistently is just very remote. It's 100+ miles from Bethel, Dillingham, and McGrath. This graph breaks down bear harvests across the area by residency, natural or unknown mortality, defense of life and property, and removal by department staff. Again, the bulk of harvest across units 17, 18, and 19B is by non-residents, and department removal represents less than 5% over the last 20 years and falls within the range of historic public harvest. We've assessed bear harvest at the regional scale, but particularly those directly surrounding the calving grounds of Unit 17, 18, and 19B. We're using the best available science to inform and ensure that our high-intensity, short-duration removal program will not impact the greater bear population across this region. In doing so, we've taken a hard look at sustainable harvest rates previously described in Alaska and Canada. Based on the total annual rates of removal, including public harvest, during department removals, we do not anticipate the overall brown bear population across the Mulchatna Range to be reduced significantly. Even if the overall brown bear population were to be reduced somewhat, we would not anticipate that reduction to affect bears across a large scale. The brown bear population is certain to remain at a level which it will be able to recover within a few years after department control ends. Sustainable brown bear harvest has been described in the literature in Alaska and Canada. 2 areas in Alaska and 1 in Canada will be referenced. The department removal is shown in yellow and the range of the Mulchatna in red. Sustainable brown bear harvest was first described conservatively at 5.7% by previous state biologists, but was later clarified as applying only to the female segment of the population. A further assessment was described in 2020 and estimated that a harvest rate of 15% may result in a slow population reduction. A Northwest Alaska study between Alaska Department of Fish and Game and the National Park Service described harvest rates of up to 7.7% being sustainable. This is a much less productive system than Bristol Bay. Furthermore, a British Columbia study described sustainable rates of 4 to 10%. Our current public harvest rates, combined with the last 2 years of department-led intensive management efforts, reflect between 7 to 8% annually and fall short of the reported peak public harvest of brown bears in 2011. Previous state biologists who manage bear populations on the Alaska Peninsula for the state in Unit 9 described quality bear hunts as being sustainable at harvest rates of 4 to 6%. Department staff recommend removing every bear and wolf that may be impacting the West Mulchatna caribou calves on the calving grounds during this limited duration calving period and only immediately surrounding the caribou. And this recently represents 1 to 2% of the greater intact habitat, and is even smaller when assessing at the entire range of Unit 17, 18, and 19, which combined are over 97,000 square miles. This makes the department removal area less than 1% of all available lands. And again, these are undeveloped, remote, and intact, thus having negligible impact on the greater bear and wolf populations at the unit-wide level. And there are also considerable federal lands where intensive management activities are not permissible and act as refugia for both bears and wolves. Thanks for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Member Wood.
First of all, not all of us on this board were at previous Board of Game meetings, so don't have the benefit of the presentations that were made there. I'll be quite honest, it's information overload, trying to keep up with you guys as to all of the data. But the 3-year importance attached to the 3-year or 3rd year being conducted, is that because the young caribou start calving at that point in time? Is that why 3 years is significant?
Through the chair, Member Wood, yeah, the bulk of each age class cohort, their first calf is born at 3 years. Most of which are born at 3 years. Some do breed at 2 years old and then give birth on their 3rd birthday. And so that's why we
Because
find
it
it
seems like
important.
one of the aims or concerns of the department are to avoid a discontinuance of the program because we don't get the 3rd year, and I'm trying to figure out why that is so critical.
Yeah, through the chair, this is Todd Rinaldi, Regional Management Coordinator for the record. In addition to that, there's the National Research Council's recommendations is that the duration of predator removal at levels greater than 55% should be maintained greater than 2 years in a row. So it correlates and is in line not only with their recommendations, but also with the biology of caribou.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to dominate, but I've got a lot of questions, so I'll relinquish the floor right now, but I'll come back to them.
Thanks for that. Board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I forgot your name from the FNAS. What,
Dr. Kristen Donator.
Dr. Chrissy, right?
Kristen.
Kristen, okay, I gotta write it down. My question to you, Doctor, is, based on the physical condition of the caribou out there, using, their age of first calving, when they have their first calf, their body fat, and when they're getting pregnant, do you classify this caribou herd as, very healthy, unhealthy, or healthy?
Through the chair, Member Brett, that's an excellent question and something I think that's really easy to confuse for folks who don't have the background that I have. And just to get this on the record, in terms of something you brought up with credibility over the weekend, I have a PhD in which I studied nutritional ecology of caribou, and I've been studying caribou nutrition and ungulate nutrition since 2013. I've spent hours counting bites of what caribou are eating, watching them, and now several years of collecting data on caribou body fat, which we use to index how good their nutrition is. And what body fat tells us is the balance between how much energy those animals are expending to live their lives, which includes migration, avoiding insects, avoiding predators, giving birth, all those sorts of things. So it integrates those expenditures with what they can get from the environment. And that makes it a really sensitive indicator of the nutritional status of the population. And so what it tells us right now is that the lactating females are experiencing a level of nutritional limitation during summer, but we've also now got 2 years of data that show that those females are also gaining fat over winter. So they're improving their condition substantially over winter. Body fat of lactating females is what we call the most sensitive indicator of a nutritional limitation. And by that, we mean that any level of limitation is going to show up first in those females. But what we don't see is these other indicators of nutritional limitation that would indicate something more severe that's having a population level impact. And those are things like age of first reproduction and adult female survival. So as a nutritional limitation becomes more severe, you start to see these other indicators happening. So what our data show right now is there is a low level limitation on the summer range that's preventing those females from accreting fat, but it's not affecting their ability to reproduce or survive. So as far as the nutritional status of this population, it's at least moderate, if not moderate to good. And it's something that we're still trying to get a handle on for caribou in general. This is still a new area of research. As I mentioned in February, these techniques have only been around for a few years. But we have now 2 years of data to suggest that indeed these animals are gaining fat over winter.
Thank you. So the other thing I could take from this is they do have an issue with seasonal ranges as far as health goes, but the more important time is the winter time, or going into winter, and they're gaining weight and becoming healthier on their winter range.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yes, it's certainly a complicated nutritional picture and not one that we understood from the first phase of research conducted by some of my former colleagues, in which they only had that summer data. And that paints an incomplete picture that suggests that these animals are going to have a tough time, they're not going to make it. And that's because the paradigm of ungulate nutrition is that they should do worse over winter. So if they're in poor condition coming into winter, they're going to do worse, and that's simply not the case for Mulchatna caribou.
Just one more, Mr. Chair. With that summer range, possibly being not productive, how does that affect the newborns? They're going in there a couple months old, and are they able to survive through that range, or is there some mortality there associated too?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we did not conduct a study on both sides of the range in terms of east and west, but the western animals survived very well, the western calves, when those predators were removed. They had high rates of survival, and it was not strongly linked to maternal condition. maternal condition is going to, and by maternal condition, really I'm referring to body fat and protein, that's going to be really important for the first couple weeks of life when the range is still covered in snow. There's not a lot of food to eat. Mom has to convert her body stores into milk for that calf. Afterward, the calf is going to become a ruminant, so it's going to be able to start eating forage at 2 to 3 weeks old in addition to milk. And what we see from those calves from the weights that John and Evelyn, our biologists in Unit 17, collect in the fall is that those calves are achieving good size by the fall, so large body weights. So I don't think that nutrition is limiting the calves based on the data that we have.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad we have you aboard doing this new habitat study or health of.
Member Wood.
My understanding is in the federal lands that there is no intensive management being applied. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Wood, that is correct. No intensive management activities occur on federal land.
Okay, so my next question is, comparing the federal land to the state, is it similar as far as the effects that, not the effects, but the level of caribou being found on the lands? In other words, are they basically remaining same whether we have the intensive management or not, basically?
Through the chair, Member Wood, the caribou primarily, the West Mulchatna in particular, they primarily winter on federal lands and they calve on state lands. And so there isn't a comparable assessment between like federal caribou and state caribou, I guess if that's maybe what you're asking, but.
Yeah, that is what I'm asking. Okay, so the bears, wolves, et cetera, are not feeding on them on federal land basically because they're there in the winter? Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, no. Wolves certainly prey on the caribou in the winter on federal lands. Just the bears aren't active at that time. So they happen to shift onto state lands for whatever reason. They've decided to calve on state lands in the last 15 plus years.
Okay. And I'll ask you to go to slides 29 through 32. I'm trying to digest all this as you folks are talking, which makes it difficult. But slides 29 and 30 are entitled Brown Bear Mortality, whereas slides 31 and 32 are just bear mortality. But if you look in fine print on the side axis, it seems to pertain to brown bear only. Do all four of those charts relate only to brown bear?
Through the chair, Member Wood, yeah, all four graphs representing bear mortality are all brown bear mortality. We have very low occurrence of black bears in Unit 17.
What was your last part of your statement?
We have very low, black bear occurrence in portions of the range.
Okay, that was my next question. Where do I find similar data for wolves and for black bear?
Through the chair, Member Wood, the wolf take, all mortality, so that includes public hunter take, trapper take, same-day airborne removal, and department removal is slide 26 for this area. And we do not have a black bear graph ready to go. We could certainly look it up, but it is in the single digits most years in this area.
And I'm looking for the chart that you had, and I'll have to relinquish the chair and come back to it, that had SDA. Is that same day airborne? Okay.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. SDA is same day airborne.
Okay.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple general comments, specifically along the lines of Mr. Wood's questions. This area is at, it really is at the range of black bear habitat, if you will. We do have them there, low occurrences. Some have been removed. We do have some harvest, but this is dominated by brown bears. The other thing about this is that getting to the question of, what's happening on the federal lands versus what's happening on the state lands, Caribou, being caribou, they move all over the place. And during, census season in the summer, they're scattered across federal land, state land. We're fortunate to some extent to be able to know where the majority of the animals winter. Those radio collars pay off there. And we've also, utilized the same kind of location data to identify those calving grounds on state land.
Sure thing.
Locate the chart I was looking for, and it's chart 30, if you'd go to that. So what conclusion I'm reaching by looking at this particular graph is that 2022 and 2023 were very similar to 2011 and 2010 through 2012 as far as total mortality rates. Am I reading this chart correctly?
Through Chair Member Wood, yeah, you are reading that correctly.
Okay. Do we have a chart that would show us what happened to the caribou during those time periods?
Yes, we do. We'll scroll to it and I will get you the correct number.
Is there I know that correlation doesn't mean causation, but is there correlation between the two time frames?
Through Chair Member Wood, I don't have a slide prepared that shows brown bear harvest and caribou abundance on the same visual figure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other board member questions? I have a question here. I spent quite a bit of time out in this country in 1997, 98, 99 at the confluence of the Coctuli and the Mulchatna River. And I got to see, the caribou moving through that country at that time. And my recollection out there fishing in the summer was we saw a great deal of black bear. I talked to my, friends that still are out in that country, and they see a lot more grizzly bear now. Is that a trend? Is that an observation? Is that, in your opinion, do you believe that to be true?
Chairman Fletcher, there are more black bears in East Mulchatna. So the Coctuli and the Stoyahuk and the Mulchatna confluence, all of that is the East Mulchatna. There is certainly more black bear in that country, but we're operating on the western calving grounds. It's predominantly brown bear.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, as far as caribou calf production, you guys stated 3 years. What percentage of the 3-year-old cows are calving? Is the fourth year even higher than the third?
Through Chair Member Hoffman, slide 18 shows our calving percentages, and we break these into 3-year-olds because it's previously been shown to be linked to population growth or decline. Anything above 60% for that 3-year-old cohort has previously indicated population growth potential, and anything below 40% for that 3-year-old cohort has shown population decline potential. And I'm going to default to Dr. Denrader to give you a more in-depth explanation to pregnancy and calving.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, your question, I believe, was whether there's a difference in pregnancy rates as females are 4 years or older compared to 3-year-olds. And the data we have from the last 2 years collecting true pregnancy rates, which are not equivalent to parturition rates, they're a much stronger indicator because we're physically handling the animal and checking to see if it's pregnant. There's less accuracy with antler retention. And what we see in those data is 100% pregnancy rates in 3-year-olds and essentially 100% after that in the Mulchatna herd. Our pregnancy rates in the younger animals, this was the first year we had captured yearlings and checked for pregnancy. So these animals were 1.5 when we handled them last month. And we had 67% pregnancy rates in those animals that will give their first birth at 2. So that's really where that gap seems to be, is from 2 to 3 in the Mulchatna herd right now.
Thank you. And when we, of this calf survival, do we have their conditions, and what's your assessment of them, the ones that are now finally surviving to be adults?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, so we just in the last 2 weeks recaptured a subset of the female calves that we collared with neonate collars on the calving grounds when they were young. We just recollared them, and Dr. Denrader referenced it, but our weights at that time are some of the highest they've been in the last 20 years.
Questions from board members? Member Batesdale.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentations. On slide 16, it shows the estimated populations of 2014, 15, and 16, and the decline that happened after that. Is that an environmental decline, do you think, that happened at that time? Was there bad winters or?
Through the chair, Member Batesdale. A portion of that was this West Mulchatna decline. They shifted their calving grounds from near the Nuyakuk River in Western Unit 17B, and they moved further up the Tikchik Basin, and the predation rate increased and coincided with that 2014-2015 calving period time frame.
Thank you for that.
Kristen, I have a lot more background with like caribou providing me with nutrition instead of the other way around. Do we, and I know you talked about, and I remember, your last presentation from the previous board meeting about, cows improving their body condition in the wintertime. Do we have any sort of information on how bulls do in the wintertime? Can they, or is it possible for them to, improve their body condition as well?
Through the chair, to the chair, we don't have information on bulls. We have not been capturing them, but the physiological cycle of a male animal does differ from a female. Whereas a female that's lactating is going to have her highest nutritional requirements this summer, a male is going to have those during the rut. What we see in captivity is after the rut, even in captivity, feeding animals as much as they want, bulls included, they will lose a lot of condition during the rut. And then once they're done rutting, boy, do they get fat over winter.
Thanks for that. Oh, Member Gardner.
Yeah, I kind of want to just follow up with maybe a continuing question off of Member Bechtel's question. That decline in 2016 mentioned that the calving grounds had moved and then a noticeable decrease. And would you say that is to the bears following the caribou to that calving ground?
Through the chair, Member Garner. I think that when the calving grounds shifted further north within the Tikchik Basin, and just for reference, that larger red polygon in front of you, where it says 17B at the southern end of it, they were closer to that end. And in 2014, they started working their way north. It becomes higher elevation, more snow, and likely better denning habitat. And there's still a bunch of large lakes up there that have robust sockeye salmon returns. And so as they shifted further north over the years in that 14, 15, 16 timeframe, brown bear predation increased.
Follow-up question. Mentioning the salmon returns, referring to slide 28, with the great graphic of the state and the density of bears per 1,000 square miles, noting that information looks like it was gathered in 1985 to 92, and speculation that possibly the bear density in the highlighted yellow area could exceed that of the 50 per 1,000. And I also heard in your statement correlating with that there was a federal survey, if I'm correct, in 2003, 2004 that showed 103 per 1,000. So that would be confirmation that this graphic maybe should be updated from that 1985 information to show a higher bear density population, correct?
Through the chair, Member Garner. It was a monograph done by a previous state biologist that assessed all these various surveys across the state. So this is at a really rough scale. if you will. So it certainly could be that our bear density isn't accurately reflected by that 50 or less.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow up on the question and some of the comments, during that time period, state biologists were asked to provide their best professional estimate on bear densities statewide. Bear abundance estimation and density, it's doable, but is very expensive and very, very time consuming. At that point in time, we didn't have some of the techniques that we have now, specifically mark recapture, genetic mark recapture and things like that. So what you're seeing here is, is about as good as they had for especially these large areas. So then you switch to the different surveys, the actual survey methodology that the two additional bear density estimates have been provided here. Things improved and it was focused in a certain area. Potentially, I don't disagree. We should go back and look at those densities statewide, but at this point in time, we do have the technology and we address area specific in a very methodical way.
I had just a quick question about slide 32. In 2012, there's a small amount of ADF&G brown bear mortality. What was going on then?
Through the chair, or well, you are the chair. There's a research take from Unit 19 that pops up in our harvest record, and I don't have. I don't know, Mr. Brockman, would you?
I didn't put the figure together, but I believe that coincides with a intensive management program that occurred in Southern Unit 19.
Thanks for that. Other questions from board members? Member Wood.
Thank you. It may be an unfair question, but I'll ask it anyway. What would be the effect on the herd if indeed we were to skip this year as far as intensive management, hold a hearing, and if warranted, go forward with the program the following year?
Forecasting is somewhat of a guess, but each year our hope with this program is that instead of having a minimal amount of calves that survive that are not enough to grow the population, and given our trends prior to the program, they weren't even sufficient to maintain the level of the population. And so when we're able to effectively increase our calf survival, the population's pretty low to begin with. So if we're lucky, we can add, maybe 1,000 extra calves. Hopefully half of those are females, and that's what's adding to our reproductive component. And we need to build that reproductive component of the population so that we can produce enough calves that without doing predator removals, we're making progress towards growth.
Do you have an idea what level that would be?
Level of predator reduction.
Where you no longer have to do predator reductions.
We would need to produce more calves than what are being removed by the bears, and so that would be, or the bears and wolves, and so that's a difficult specific number to hit. Is it possible that by doing 1 year and adding, say, 400 to 500 productive females to the population in one cohort, is that going to be enough to get us out of that predator pit? And I don't believe that's going to happen. After 3 years, if we're fortunate, we've added 500 the first year. Perhaps the second year we've added 600 or 700 females, and that number continues on. But if we lose a year in there, we're going to lose a couple things. We don't get the benefits from that year's reduction, and we haven't gotten to the point where those calves that we added in the first 2 years are really being able to add to that calf production to swamp what's removed by the predators. And so if we don't do it this year, we're likely not to have any benefit from this year, but we're also likely to lose the trajectory that we're on for growth. And it's very likely that it'll set us back more than just 1 year. I won't say it's a complete start over from the beginning, because hopefully we've gained something that is lasting in that population. But it's a difficult thing to evaluate.
Just an observation, and I wish I could point directly to the document, but there's been so many of them gone across the desk this meeting. But the department described the program as being precise. And what I'm hearing here is anything but precise. And I'm wondering, at what point does the harvesting of the bears and the wolves stop because you've reached a level where you're comfortable the herd will survive on its own and grow?
Director Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to that, but first we have Dr. Krenz online who had a comment as well, if you're open to that.
Sure thing.
Through the chair, for the record, my name's Chris Krenz. I'm with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. With regards to what Mr. Brockman was saying, really building up that momentum is important. And the concern is that we backslide. And if we backslide, then it may take additional years to really get out of that pit. And so we want to be able to end this intensive management effort sooner rather than later, and do as few years as are necessary to make that happen. The other advantage of doing another year is we're going to have additional data where we will now have 3 years of data where we have a much better understanding of the correlations between our bear removals and the productivity that's occurring. And Mr. Brockman has done previous research that will help us understand the take rates of bears on those calving grounds, and we can begin to really assess if we have gotten the population to a large enough size and have a large enough number of cows on the landscape to really be able to swamp the predators during the calving season, which is really what we're trying to do, is get enough calves on the calving grounds that the predators aren't reducing a large proportion of the calves on the calving grounds. Thanks.
Yeah, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow up for Member Wood, I guess I don't recall the word precise in. I'm not saying it's not there, but I don't recall it. I am wondering if there's not a little bit of overlap between when we describe where we're working in the big scheme of things. If we consider the entirety of the Mulchatna range, we are working in less than 2% of the area, and we're working in a very short amount of time, given a 12-month year. We're working less than 30 days. So we are limited on purpose in the area that we're removing predators and temporally how much time we're spending there. And the goal of this is simply to increase the survival of the calves. And we've heard this, correlation does not relate to causation. Fair enough, I don't disagree. But something's happening. You can't argue with the data right now.
How's it going, Eddie? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to some of the comments just made from Member Wood's comment, we're also, and Ryan kind of said this, we're targeting bears that are taking caribou calves. To me, that's pretty precise. And to the department, pre-bear removal, we were virtually having no calf survival. What have we had in the last 2 years after the program started as far as calf survival?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, please focus your attention on the blue line, which is the West Mulchatna. It may be hard for you to see, but we fell short more years than not of the intensive management threshold. The long-term average, when I say long-term, I'm talking about 10 years, was 25 calves per 100 cows. It's even less than that if you go back the entire time span to 1999 when these became annual surveys. And in the last 2 years, it was 44 calves per 100 cows in 2023, and then 54 calves in 2024. And so we went from an average of 25 calves per 100 cows in the fall to 54 calves per 100 cows just this last year. So that's over double the increase from the long-term average.
Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, what I get out of this is, and what seems to be important is that bears and wolves are very habitual. And, you know, they teach and show their young where to go, how to hunt, what to take, you know, at different parts of the season. So I don't think there's a local, for lack of better terms, bear population in such a small area. These are transient bears that have been taught for probably a couple generations now that you show up here at this time of the year when you come out of your den and you got some, you know, calves to eat, and then move on to your fish. So I think it's important to have that third year. One thing that I always like is, you know, at a minimum of 3 years to start showing me some sort of data trend. And so that's important to me as a board member. And then, you know, if there was just localized bears there and there wasn't as many transient bears, you definitely see a decrease in the take. So the third year would show us something too, is are we getting near less transient bears in that area after a third year of harvest? And something I'd like to see after after that project is done is potentially go back there the next spring and maybe collar some GPS bears and see what their range is and their movements. I think that would be important from a board member's aspect and the public to show that, you know, these bears aren't local bears. They're coming from somewhere. I think my hypothesis is that if we had GPS data to represent what the range of, you know, grizzly bears out there, what was left after the treatment. So I'm in support of this. I think there's a lot of information here pointing that we're doing good things. We are having a better calf survival. We're having productivity. And so I'm going to support this.
Member Gardner?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to follow back to Member Wood's, you know, the impacts of skipping this third year, and I heard from the biologists online and maybe wanted to get some confirmation. The taking of bears is building a positive trajectory in the growth of the resources is what I heard, and what I heard is by eliminating or skipping that third year, we end up in a backslide position that will result in the taking of more bears over a longer period of time. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Gardner, that's correct. We're progressing forward. We're making, you know, progress with our calf survival. The caribou are starting to grow, and hopefully we're at some point starting to see a decline in the number of bears right on the calving grounds. We haven't actually achieved a decline on the calving grounds with the bears, but that would be ideal. That way there's some kind of residual impacts after we stop doing control. But we would definitely be not only failing to progress by taking a year off, but there would be some loss in that momentum of growing the caribou herd.
Director Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Krenz would like to weigh in.
Sounds great.
Through the chair, I just also wanted to hit on that. We're starting to see some growth in the herd. So there is some indication that not only are calves surviving, but it looks like they are likely also recruiting into the population. So that's really what we wanted to see starting to happen. And after 3 years of carrying out the intensive management efforts by the department, we hope to have a much better understanding if that is truly a clear trend that's occurring and would help inform work down the road. And as Mr. Brockman stated, exactly, the concern is that that is indeed what we're seeing. And if we stop now, we'll see a backslide, a potential of a backslide, and then need to do intensive management for more years in order to really get the population out of that potential predator pit, or what we believe is a predator pit.
Other questions from board members? I'll shift the focus just a little bit here. So, you know, we've talked about the importance of 3 years in regards to whenever a caribou cow is going to be able to, you know, fully, you know, reproduce and be highly successful in that. How does it fit in here with the 3 years that brown bears stay with their cubs for 3 years? Is that a part of this at all? And after that third year, those cubs get put on the landscape as adults, and then as the next year goes on, you know, those brown bear will reproduce as well, and perhaps is that fit into any of this?
Mr. Chairman, for this, it was really the caribou that are the focus. Brown bears typically reproduce somewhere between 5 and 7 years old is when they have their first successful litter. And we definitely considered the impacts to the bear population of the bear removal program, but that was not the focus of the 3 years. It was designed for it's kind of the minimum number that we need to really start gaining on our population goals for the caribou. Anything less than that, even if it's successful, is unlikely to have long-term benefits to the herd recovery.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reference to your comments or your question, excuse me. Again, I'm going to point to our spatial and temporal work on the calving grounds. There is no way we're taking all the bears. We know that. You know, if we want to use the word precise or surgical, if you will, we've limited ourselves to a specific amount of time in a specific area with the intent to increase calf survival to a point where they start recruiting. And it's exponential. You know, it's not one for one. We get to a certain point and it just, you know, we're looking for that curve to start shooting up, where ultimately that's going to lead to an abundance in the herd. We hope. That's the intent. The amount of refugia for bears, and I'm going to stick with brown bears, is immense. I mean, the two huge wildlife refuges just adjacent to the calving areas produces who knows how many bears, right? But the point here is to get those calves over that hump where they're outpacing the predation events. Get a critical mass of calves that survive to go on to reproduce. This isn't about eliminating bears, not even remotely. This is about giving those calves the opportunity to survive and recruit into the herd. The bears have an immense amount of refugia, and you know, there's a huge number of bears out there still. You know, we've actually conducted surveys after the work just to document bear presence. They're there. We see them after we've gone out and done the removal work. So the point, I guess that was a very long-winded say, is it's only to work in a small area, a small amount of time, give the calves a boost, and then we just have to accept there is going to be predation on this herd forever. As long as there's bears and caribou there, it's going to happen. We just need to get the calf numbers, ultimately the caribou numbers, high enough that we're outpacing the predation.
Member Wood.
I'd like some reassurance from the department. There's statutory language on the books that deals with the prohibition of hunting wolves, airborne, et cetera, but has exemptions for when they are part of a management plan. Have we complied with all those requirements so that what we're doing with this plan is entirely authorized?
Yeah, Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Wood, absolutely. It's a highly regulated set of operations. What we have found, though, in this particular instance is the same-day airborne program is very ineffective. It's been on the books for a long time. potentially, we have one more year of intensive management out on the Mulchatna Range, and the intent probably is to not include same-day airborne because of the ineffectiveness of it. It's a long ways out there, costs a lot of money, takes time, logistics, finding gas when you get out in that area is sometimes difficult. And then probably the biggest picture is they don't generally have the conditions where same-day airborne teams are very effective.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm actually at a point where I'm prepared to vote, but if we're not going to vote, I'm going to need a bio break.
All right, Member Loring.
Yeah, just real quick, I know we've been kind of drumming down and focusing on some specific points, but I've been kind of sitting these questions for quite a while, and since I have all the folks, the experts in the room here. Back when the population was higher, up at its peak, what would the bears and wolves do? Are they at a kind of a static level across, and then when the population drops, they still stay high, or are they following the peak in the valleys like the caribou are? And then just a second question while we're thinking about it. When that population was high and they were expanded across the whole historic range of the Mulchatna caribou, did we lose some of those animals to like the Northern Peninsula herd? I mean, did some of them migrate away and maybe picked up and some of those animals disappear there? So just like I said, some questions I've been sitting on for a while and I got a chance to ask them now. Thank you.
Through the chair, Member Loring. A couple different questions wrapped up in there. What did the bears do following the caribou herd? Did I understand that correctly, the first portion of it? State biologists in the 90s did a bear survey in the Killbucks, where the calving grounds are right now, where we have operated. They knowingly underestimated it. 10 years later, federal biologists in the area, well respected, does another survey just adjacent to the calving grounds, underestimates it. They've done previous bear work, it's unpublished, and so I don't want to speak to it extensively, but every village I go to issuing moose permits talks about the high number of bears. Talking to moose hunters in Wood-Tick-Chick State Park, which has been on an increasing trend in the last 5 years. I had staff call moose hunters after the season and ask, you know, were you seeing bears on the hunt because it's in close proximity to the removal area? I don't want to put a number on that, but every hunter documented seeing bears. The sockeye salmon returns to Bristol Bay have on average been about 12.5 million fish over the last 20 years, and since 2017, which is only 7 years or so, have been much more robust. The moose populations in 2 of the 3 subunits are over objective right now, and one of the subunits closest to the calving grounds in Unit 17A has a 2 moose bag limit. 17B has more moose hunters right now with higher success rates than they have in the last 20 years, basically since the Mulchatna peak. And so there's an abundance of food resources out there that aren't just caribou calves, but the bears have the ability to shift seasonally from what they're eating. Please remind me of the second question.
Yeah, the second part of that was, did we lose any, during the high numbers and when they're inhabiting the historic range, did we lose some of those animals to other herds? Those animals that might have been over towards Iliamna Lake, did some of those maybe go down the peninsula at all, or any thought about that?
Yes, through the chair, this is Todd Rinaldi. Yeah, we've given considerable thought about that. And as we monitor the herd as it retracts over the last X number of years, we've looked to see how the groups of animals were going to behave and what areas of the area of the traditional range were they going to occupy. And what we're seeing is we're seeing a retraction to traditional ranges. There's a portion, the Killbuck herd, the portion of the Knapp, those were absorbed by the large numbers of the Mulchatna at its peak. And so as it's retracted, we've kept an eye on these groups to see how they were going to behave and how they interact, and that's a focus of one of our collaring efforts. We have detected that the Kukaklik group of caribou in the northern portion of the Knapp Range has essentially returned back to their previous historic range. There's there's virtually no movement between that group and other groups, and we are continuing to manage those as the Knapp, as we have done traditionally. We're also seeing some retraction in the west. The western group right now is occupying an area that's very similar to where the Killbuck herd was. So we've been very cautious observing this so that we can manage these groups appropriately as they continue to move on.
Okay, great. And Napa is Northern Alaska Peninsula herd, right? Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I'm anticipating a few more questions and some statements, so let's go on a bathroom break if it's all right. We'll come back in 15 minutes. here. Any more questions from board members? Before this break, Member Wood suggested that he was prepared and to make a vote, but we got a couple more here. We'll go with Vice Chairman first, Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add a little more to the record and some of the comments I've been hearing recently. Just on my side, from my people I've been talking to recently as far as bear sightings since the program has started, you know, one of my friends was put up a game camera at his fish camp and right downriver from this program, basically. And thought he'd see 2 or 3 bears, and when everything was said and done, he identified over 20 different bears. And I was very surprised about that. But another one is, you know, a lot of these villages now are moving their fish camps to in town, which they normally didn't do. Otherwise, if they don't do that, the bears are going to take their fish that we're drying to eat. So those are actual things that are happening right recently since the bear program has been put in place. Also, the other one that I think, you know, there's some questions about having this 3rd year be intact and not being separate. You know, the department's identified that these caribous, right now they're calving on state grounds, and if we wait a year to a 4th year or sometime later, they may not be on state lands anymore, and we won't be able to conduct this program.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, unofficially, and I guess it's just anecdotal information that, you know, most, if not nearly all of the ACs in the interior, you know, we're supporting this IM project. But I am curious on, you know, the survival of adult females. Did I miss that in the chart, or could we see an increase in adult survival too, correlated with the project?
Through the chair, Member Brett, we don't have a graph prepared right now. We'll try and get one pulled up as quickly as we can. There were survival analyses done when the herd was initially declining. Survival got to as low as in the 70% range for adult females. In the last couple of years, it's been above 90%. In the last 2 years, just for the animals that we have in the research project, it's been about 94%. So that level of adult female survival is indicative that that's not the component of the population that is limiting any growth. So some other component, and that's why between that and the 5 to 10 month old survival that John and Evelyn started collecting this year, that was 100% for calves in the east and also very high for calves in the west. So the fact that our 5 to 10 month old calf survival is really high, our adult female survival is really high, points to it's calf survival that's really the thing that is the bottleneck for this population.
Right. It also would show that, you know, habitat's not really a factor in that equation.
Through the chair, Member Rett, yeah, we do not believe that habitat is a factor in keeping the population down at this time. And to add to that, the department has received comments that we need to do a habitat assessment, and I think there's also some misunderstanding about what that looks like. And so we use body fat as the habitat assessment for the reasons I explained earlier. And trying to go out and do a vegetation-based habitat assessment where you clip plants and you take them back to our lab and you analyze them for quality is all well and good, but there's a lot that influences the ability of those animals to eat those plants. And so that's why we measure the body fat. It gives us an assessment of what the animals actually can do. Measuring the plants, we don't know how fast the animals can eat them or what they're really able to do with insects and predators and those sorts of things. And that's why the body fat and body protein that we measure is the most direct assessment of habitat we can do relevant to the animal. And John was able to pull up our adult female survival. It actually dipped into the 60% range in the mid-2000s and hovered around 85% for several years in the 2010s, dipped again after 2015 below 80% and has been up above 90% since about 2019.
All right, thank you. And yeah, and as a member or a member of the board, you know, I usually always look at the indicators, you know, calf weights, calf survival, body fat, patrician rates, you know, to help me determine, You know, do we have a habitat issue? Do we have a predator issue? Or do we have some other issues? So that's good news to hear that, you know, we have a habitat that can support more caribou.
Other questions from board members? Member Batesville.
So, if the IM project or moving forward is successful, you continue to get calves added to the herd, which then begets cows and stuff. Have you modeled out 5 and 10 years to have some kind of an estimate of what this herd potential to grow is? If we don't get a bad winter, and I know there's a lot of variables and stuff.
Through the chair, Mr. Batesville, we have looked at that, and really the goal is to get it to our intensive management objective of 30,000, and right now we're at about 15,000. And once we start approaching that, we're going to start allowing harvest, ideally on bulls first, and hopefully we can do that even before we reach that goal, as long as our calf production and calf survival are looking good and we know that we have productivity in that herd. And then once we get within that range, we'll have to be more carefully, or similarly to what we're currently doing, monitoring the nutritional condition, parturition rates and things like that, so that we can keep that herd at a level where it's utilizing its habitat and it's not starting to damage the habitat. And we'd like to prevent it from doing what it did back in the late 80s and early 90s, where it grew so excessively that it damaged the habitat. That's the ideal we're shooting for, is to hit a good level that we can maintain and have stable and yet productive harvest.
Director Scott?
Oh, I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Brockman covered it.
Anything else from board members here? You know, a lot of knowledge is brought to us in this whole process, and it's pretty humbling. We have folks coming from remote Alaska. They come here, they participate, and not all of them are members of ACs. Some are just, you know, private people. And in this process, we get a visit with those people, and through public comment, we get to coax out a lot of, you know, we get to ask a lot of questions, and in that alleviate a lot of our, you know, need to make a tough decision with actually, you know, good data. I consider, you know, some people call it anecdotal, but, you know, traditional knowledge and eyewitnesses are science to me. You know, this project's being conducted in a very small spot, in a very small amount of time, in a huge area. And at this point in time, I believe the department's convinced me that a third year is very important, if not necessary. So, you know, where I'm not leaning toward right now, I'm gonna support this. But any other further board members, any more comments, concerns? Member Wood?
Thank you. Comments, no questions. When I first started dealing with this issue, the first thing that I saw that really caught my attention was the A&S being at 2,100 to 2,400, and then the harvest objective starting at that same level of 2,400 and going on up to 8,000. What that message was loud and clear to me is that this particular herd is relied upon as a food source to a very big extent by the folks out in that area particularly, which is an element in supporting, you know, whatever it takes to make sure that food source not only maintained but grows. But this board is obligated to take a hard look at all of the data. And I'm going to tell you, as a first timer here, many of you have been through some of these meetings where these presentations were made, et cetera. I don't have that benefit. So I'm starting off ground zero. And when you pop RC 190 and 234 on top of me with less than a day to even look at it, I can tell you my initial reaction is I'm not going to vote in support of whatever they're trying to do and give it time to get me up to snuff. When I was on the Board of Fisheries, we frequently ran into similar situations where the department staff was making a recommendation based upon their expertise. And when you start looking at other biologists from outside the department, they had contrary opinions. And that's what this process was built to allow to come before us, so that we had all facts and all arguments. And I understand that that decision's already been reached, and, you know, as far as the emergency and whatnot, and I'll abide by it, obviously. But I've heard very little on wolves, for instance, and even if I was on the absolute merits of it, I haven't seen whether departments lived up to what standard I think is necessary to have an IM program implemented on an emergency basis for wolves. And the bear situation is what it is. You've got a lot of data, and I imagine it's valid, but I'm just not comfortable. In fact, I'm very uncomfortable with the process being followed and inability for me to sit down and go through these research reports. You got 9-page on 234 with a whole page dedicated nothing to but other studies that have been done. And I'm going to put on the record, I haven't had a chance to look at one of those. And I don't appreciate that, but it's nothing that the department could have done otherwise. The lawsuit came out when the lawsuit came out, and they reacted pretty darn quick, just not quick enough for me to make a decision. So I'll be a no vote.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't spoke too much on this proposal yet, but I think I can add a few things, at least some of my thoughts. And when this IM program first started, wolves were talked about significantly, and we had a lot of information on record and went through the, I know you weren't here and I wasn't here either, but I did listen in back then. And that information was presented to this board, and this board approved an IM program that dealt with wolves. And now we're dealing with both wolves and bears. So I'm comfortable with the wolf side of it, but I just want to make a couple comments here that, you know, this program, at least the first 2 years, has shown that calf survival is improving in the last 2 years. And the department, and I would suspect, is going to continue to improve. And I asked one of the questions, bears aren't really that cyclic like other predators. They're not like lynx that kind of go up and down with the rabbits. And so over generations. So I think the numbers are pretty static with bears across the whole range. So the bears that are being removed from a little small spot, we may be cutting those numbers down in that calving ground area, but with the refugia around it and some of the larger federal areas and the rest of the Mulchatna drainages, I think bears are doing really well, and there's been a lot of anecdotal testimony about that in fish camps and villages and other sightings. Bears are really being vectored at this time of year to a small piece of landscape, and that's where the caribou are calving. Wherever that might be, that's where bears and wolves are going to go for these 2 weeks that, you know, from birth to the first couple of weeks when the calves can, you know, pretty much, you know, be on their own and get out of the way. And that's a pretty important time frame in the life cycle of these caribou calves. You know, they're vulnerable, and they're being there's predation on them. And I really think that we need to go ahead and move forward with year number 3 and continue with all the information to be gathered and look and see what all the results are of a 3-year program. I like 5 years myself. In some other areas, I've advocated for 5 years to see what kind of results would happen, you know, based on a change. But at least 3 years, I think, is really important. And I think in this case, I can definitely support a 3rd year in this program. Thank you.
Any other board members? Member Garner.
Yeah, maybe just to add some conversation, following your comments, the bears are being kind of concentrated in a very small area, this calving area, and I know through my experience with the bears, there are many bear trails along salmon rivers where generation after generation of bear have actually stepped in the exact same footprint. I've stood in those, and they will repeat that over and over. So they're very smart. They know where this food is. With the fortunate salmon runs in the area, bringing in the bear population, and them finding the calving area of this through generations of bears, I think has had that negative impact to the resource. And so that, along with the local knowledge spoken about previously, reviewing public input, and I think RC 234 was very detailed and in-depth, and I appreciate that presentation. I would be in support of the proposal.
Any further discussion from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
A question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board? Oh, Member Loring.
I get a clarification. Are we voting on a regulation or just what are we voting on? If we can just clarify, I understand how I'm going to vote, but procedurally, what are we actually voting on?
Information RC 10.
Okay.
Yep, Member Wood.
I'd just like to put on the record, I differ on the costs analysis. Right now, you have no IM in place, and what we're doing is allowing IM to be put in place. I think there is a cost involved, not that that's going to sway my vote one way or the other.
Sure thing. I think it's just in regards to private persons, the cost statement.
Final act.
Is all that really clear? Everybody crystal clear what we're voting on here? All right. Yep.
Yep, final action on the motion to adopt RC 10, which are the emergency regulations for the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Plan. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
No.
That motion carries 6-1.
Thanks for that. We have a number of proposals here. Proposal 166, 169, 170, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, and 181, 182, 183, 185, and 186. They're outside the board's authority to act on, but I just wanted to note that. We're going to go on to miscellaneous business. The first thing, miscellaneous business, I just want to talk and get on the record here. We had a lot of public input and a lot of conversation on the board about traditional knowledge. Member Wood is a member of the Board of Fisheries. He has been a part of developing the process that the Board of Fisheries takes into consideration traditional knowledge. So I plan on having a really good conversation with him about how they did that. And at a future time, we're going to bring it up to the board here, and we're going to discuss maybe how we can implement that. The next thing we have, I know everybody has received RC 231 and its findings, and that's in regards to the Delta bison. The department wanted explicit direction on how to implement what we voted on there. I think that's pretty crystal clear to everybody. And Natalie, is that sufficient for you?
Mr. Chair, yes, RC 231, the findings on bison permits are exactly what we were looking for.
Okay. And, oh yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. It's clear to me, maybe we can, it's pretty short, we can go through that for the public so they know what those findings are.
Absolutely. If you have it readily handy right there, absolutely, it'd be appropriate.
Want me to go ahead and read it? Or Christie can?
Okay, maybe you can put that on the record, and then we'll have a motion to adopt the findings. Thank you, Member Loring.
Okay, yeah, I just think it's important for the public to know since we had a lot of testimony about it. And these are findings for the Alaska Board of Game, recommendations to the Department of Fish and Game provided during this statewide meeting. And it deals with the Delta bison tags that were revoked or done away with because of the mortality event where we lost a large number of bison in that Delta herd. The Board of Game finds as follows, based on information provided by the Department of Fish and Game, department staff, Alaska residents, and other wildlife users. A mortality event in the spring of 2024 and post-calving surveys completed during the summer of 2024 resulted in a need for the department to change the bag limit of all Unit 20D bison hunts to bulls only, and to revoke the permits of 55 permit holders. Those individuals are offered an opportunity upon the request to have their previously revoked permits transferred to regulatory year 2026 or regulatory year 2027. To implement 5 AAC 92050, subsection A, subsection 6, subsection E, to allow permittees who had their Unit 20D bicycle permit revoked for the RY 2024 to transfer the permit to 2026 or 2027. This board recommends to the department the following actions. For RY 2026, notify the next 28 permit holders as determined by original allocation order of their ability to be issued a permit for RY 26. If the population allows for harvest of cow bison, RY 24 permit holders will be awarded permits reflecting the original bag limit for their revoked permit, either cow or any sex. For RY 27, notify the remaining 27 permit holders as determined by the original allocation order of their ability to be issued a permit for RY 27. If the population allows for harvest of cow bison, RY 27 permit holders will be awarded permits reflecting the original bag limit for their revoked permit, either cow or any sex. All permit holders who had their permits revoked for RY 24 should be notified of this plan in a timely manner prior to the November-December 2025 drawing permit application period. The department recognizes there may be extenuating circumstances and may allow more permits to be transferred to the RY 26 segment if the population warrants the additional harvest. In implementing this regulation, permit numbers in the drawing permit hunt supplement will be reduced but not eliminated for RY 26 and RY 27. So to me, that means that there's still an opportunity for general permit applications outside of the reallocation. And so that's the end of that, dated and signed by Jake Fleischer, Chairman, Alaska Board of Game.
Thanks, Ed. I entertain a motion to adopt the board findings and found in RC 231.
So moved.
Is that to be seconded?
Yep, second. We need a second.
Second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. With that being said, I think we're ready for to take action on this. So Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the findings found in RC 231 concerning Delta bison permits, Mr. Brett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Batesville,
Yes.
Mr. Wood,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Those findings carry 7-0.
Thank you for that. The last thing we're going to touch on here in miscellaneous, and maybe Member Loring will talk about it during deliberations and discussion here. You were really interested in the developing, maybe a couple different user groups and trap tags. So if you want to talk to that briefly, what you're going to attempt to do.
Okay, I mentioned it earlier on record, but just a real brief overview. Based on some of the concerns raised by the different user groups, both the non-consumptive users and the trappers, there are some acute points or some acute issues that have developed, and they have been around for a while, but what my desire is to just reach out. This is not a board-sanctioned working group or anything like that, just as a board member, reach out and to some of the leaders of these groups and just ask them if they'd be interested in, or what their concerns are, if they'd be interested in talking as a group, not necessarily coming to any kind of consensus, but just getting together and starting that initial dialogue. I know this has been done in the past with not very good results in the past, but I'd like to start it again. And I think there's some other groups that I've heard that would be interested in joining this, and that's basically what my intent is. So I think in the next couple weeks or a month, I'll be maybe making contact with some of the leaders of some of the groups and anybody else that wants to chime in and just see what their thoughts are. It's just an exploratory endeavor on my part. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And then I was just made aware of, do we have to have some findings, Natalie, more findings?
To the chair, yes, we do. We actually have a draft of the Unit 19C sheep findings that we referenced just to capture the intent of the board in instructing us how many sheep to harvest annually, and we should have those momentarily.
Okay, Kimberly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board will also need to consider a written copy of the finding of emergency regarding the emergency regulation. We're working on getting a final draft of that together for you to consider, but before, that is something the board will need to take up on the record.
Member Wood.
Fortunately, I think you just answered. I was going to ask if we could delegate that to the chair to sign off on the written findings, but apparently not, huh?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I think that is something that can be done, but I think it also can just be handled by the board on the record as well. So to the extent that the board members would want to see a copy of that before the chair signs off on it, I guess that was what I was addressing.
I don't want to hold up me getting out of here. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to do that and still remain legal.
I guess if the board would agree, Member Brett.
Yes, there's another option. Mr. Wood could be excused and we still have a quorum and we can still deal with if he has a travel conflict. We've done it before.
It'd probably be better if we went that route, do that. All that being said, so now we're at a spot where we need to go to lunch now and come back, or what kind of time are we talking about?
Mr. Chair, I think we would just need about 10 minutes.
All right, we'll go on break for 10 minutes. Thank you. Wood asked permission to be excused, and it was granted. So we have a couple things more to deal with here in miscellaneous business. The first one is going to be to adopt the findings for Unit 19C sheep, and that's found in RC 238. We've got that distributed amongst the board members. I don't think we have to have discussion on it, but I would entertain a motion to adopt the findings in RC 238.
Mr. Chair, I moved it up, the findings in RC 238.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do I have to have a roll call vote, or can I ask for unanimous consent? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent on whether to adopt the findings in RC 238. Looking down, everybody's nodding, so we're going to adopt those findings in 238. Next thing, I would entertain a motion to support the written statement supporting the findings of an emergency. And that's found in RC 239.
Mr. Chair, I moved it up, I move to accept RC 239.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I think this incorporates what the conversation and the thoughts of the board. Does anybody have any objection to that being true? And if they don't, I would look up and down here and ask for unanimous consent on RC 239. Everybody's giving me the thumbs up. We'll have unanimous consent on accepting RC 239 as a written statement supporting the findings of emergency. All right, we're winding down here. I would like to go around the room, give everybody a shot if they have anything to say here. First off, I'm going to start it off. It's one of the cool things about being a chairman, I can start and finish. So I appreciate everybody's real bunch of hard work. I mean, we had a bunch of tough topics to struggle with, and this is my first statewide meeting as the chairman, and man, it's a whole different level. So I really appreciate everybody's hard work and dedication they put into it. So maybe we'll start off with Director Scott. Anything to say?
Really? That's a question? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, the crowd's thinned out, but I do want to recognize everybody who spent time here and who is still here, and folks online as well. I don't remember which one of you said it. The ACs and the public really drive the process. It's a neat process. It's great to see people out in the crowd talking with individuals, and it's just a really interactive thing, and I'm very appreciative. I say it every time. I'm going to say it again. I'm humbled by my staff. I actually don't like that word. I'm humbled by my coworkers. The level of professionalism, the knowledge that they brought to this meeting, not only this morning, and it was a lot, as Mr. Wood, pointed out, it was a lot all at once, and we recognize that. But the fact that we could rally 4 or 5 folks, 4 people in the room, another person online, and be able to respond to the board's questions and the needs of the board to work your way through this. It's an amazing thing, and I'm just so thankful for each and one of them and really appreciate all the help. Along those lines, a statewide meeting's a little weird. It's different, we're dealing with definitions and a lot of text rather than data type stuff. But when we put the call out for the statewide work, a couple of years ago, it was a lot of Natalie and I. And it was a lot of Natalie this year too, for sure. But we asked a lot of people to help us and to chip in, and several people contributed to a statewide meeting. It's good. It's good perspective. It's good to have new blood in the discussion. So I just want to say thank you to everybody else, all those folks as well, and to the board members. I very much appreciate the relationship the department and the board has. I always have. It doesn't mean that we're always going to agree. It doesn't mean that sometimes we'll get at each other a little bit, and that's okay. I mean, a little bit of the dialogue, regardless of how it is great. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you for having us. Thank you for hearing us. And thank you for being inquisitive and asking the hard questions. But that's good. We need to be asked those. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap it up there. Thanks to everybody. It's been a pleasure to be here. I am ready to go back to beautiful Southeast Alaska, but it sure is good to see everybody. Thank you.
Anybody else? Going around the table here? Ben hasn't said anything, of course. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, John's not here, Member Woods is not here, but, you know, I really appreciated all his efforts and comments that he did at this board meeting. And for somebody that was called on very short notice, was well prepared for this meeting, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate Cheryl. This was probably her last meeting. And, you know, she's been such a help to me in answering all my weird questions and interpretations of something. So I really appreciate that. She would always get back to me. You know, I really appreciate, especially this year, you know, the board's diversity that we have. The deliberations were really good, and the conversation was great. It made you think and get things on the record. And just one thing for the staff, we were dealing with the, you know, cabins with bear baiting and dwellings. And I'm not sure, but, you know, somebody had asked me that the board may have asked the department maybe to come up a definition for the situations that bear baiters have with dwellings or abandoned buildings or shacks. And so if that's true, you know, maybe the board or the department could come up with something for us to look at. I felt bad that, you know, I couldn't come up with something, you know, during the meeting to help the proposal, and it's like the second or third time we've seen it. So something to look forward, something for me to think about. But yeah, I thank everybody.
Anybody else? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've been to, you know, several of these statewide meetings over the years, and I've been through 2 or 3 attorney generals too. All of them been around a long time, and I remember back originally, lady by the name of Liza Gay was our attorney general. Then Kevin Saxby, of course, and then Cheryl, and, you know, just cannot work without them. I mean, we cannot do our job without their knowledge and their expertise. And I still can't, and even John Wood, I just can't understand how they have such a trap jaw memory on things, and, you know, pulling statutes and regulations and subsection 2 on something that just off the top of their head, you know, and it'd take me 20 minutes to find that in the book. But I just really appreciate every one of them, and especially Cheryl, since, you know, she's our last one here, and then looking forward to Kimberly as she takes over. But the other thing I want to put out to the public was we had several controversial proposals in this meeting. And I just want to thank the public and the board and everybody else that we had a real civil conversation. You get so much done when everybody's making their points, doing a job of making their points, you know, making the points in a civil way. And for me, that was very important, and it really, you know, I remember this, you know, how well it worked. And I just want to thank everybody that participated in those conversations.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and any other more questions, or not questions? I'm used to deliberations from board members or anybody around the table here. There's a lot of people that are at this table, but there's even more people that are not at this table that facilitate the information that we act on to make decisions. And the board support staff works incredibly hard. It's unreal. We're so appreciative to them. You know, we miss seeing George here. He had to step away, but it's always nice to see Dr. Rita. It's cool seeing Brian and Kindred. We've got some new faces there, and we're looking forward to that. I really appreciate all the hard work from the Department of Law, Cheryl and Kimberly, and there's like a little torch that's being passed between you guys right now. And yeah, I really appreciate all the time and hard effort. And, you know, with that, Director Scott, you have anything more to add?
I do. Imagine that, huh? It's kind of cool. So it's been alluded to several times here, but this is Cheryl's last board meeting. And I think that, yeah, there you go. You know, maybe Member Loring said it best. I mean, it's just, it's amazing. We could never, none of us could ever do this without the Department of Law. And Kimberly, you're going to be in this spot too. We're going to do the same thing to you at some point. But I just really want to extend my appreciation to Cheryl for all the years she's available at the drop of a hat. We can call her. She may be busy defending one of the 97 lawsuits or something, but she gets back to you. She's reasoned. I haven't ever seen her freak out really about anything. She really approaches things professionally, is a wealth of knowledge, and she's just a good friend. I was blessed to go out to bison camp with Cheryl. We had a great time. We had good weather. I didn't freeze to death, which I was really worried about, especially because Cheryl was like, oh, this is great, you know. I was like, ah. But it was just really fun to get to spend some of that time, you know, away from this environment or in another legal environment. So Cheryl, from the department, you know, I think you've heard from the board members, but I'll say from all of us, you're going to be deeply missed. We're super excited for you to go out and just live your life. You've given so much to the resources and the people of Alaska that there's no way we can say thank you enough. But we did get a few things to try. So, Director Tibbles, if you want to, I'll narrate as much as I can. Okay, so first, we thought that, you know, you needed something to remember the wildlife resources by. And George is not here, but George came up with this idea, and we're going to go send you on with a caribou hide and the signatures of staff and the board members on the back. I also think your cat might like to lay on that. I'm just guessing. Oh, we're not done, Cheryl. Hang tight. We love you. Yeah. So we weren't sure what else to get you, but we sneakily talked to you not long ago about what would you like to listen to in your retirement days? So we sent a few folks out on a mission, and we were able to find some bluegrass music for you to enjoy on a record player, because you mentioned that to us. And at least one of them is from an Alaska family down in the Homer area. So you and your cat can lay on the caribou hide, listen to bluegrass. And I encourage moonshine. If you're gonna do
Apple pie moonshine.
And then finally, Christy did a little searching and did a little bit more looking and was able to secure a metal print for you. And just something to remember again, the resources that you have worked tirelessly to defend and to represent. And all the people who rely on them. Now, I do want to go on record as saying it's just coincidence, total coincidence, that everything is caribou, given what we just went through.
And you choose the options too.
And now I guess I would invite others. I mean, if there's things that haven't been said, we should say something. And then maybe we can squeak a word or two out of Cheryl.
You don't even need to be called on. We'd love to hear.
Thank you. This is quite unexpected and quite a surprise. I do want to say it has been an absolute honor working with the Board of Game and working with such wonderful, brilliant, talented people at the department, and I have made a lot of really good friends. You know, I'm here in Anchorage. I'm not leaving the state like some people do, so feel free to look me up. And I hope this is not the end of a relationship. I gotta say, I have always really enjoyed these board meetings. Never anything controversial. It's a lot of fun. It keeps me on my toes, and I know Kimberly is gonna enjoy it as much as I did. Thank you again so much.
And with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned.